Hopefully everybody can hear me. What's going on? Not playing my normal intro today because I'm not on my home turf. Home turf. Actually, I said turf. Not on my home turf. So I don't even got my Bluetooth speaker. I have to play it on the cell phone. And it wouldn't even sound good. But what's up? What's going on, everybody? I'd like to thank everybody for coming on in here. I see people still filing on in. Let's hit those hit that like button, let everybody know you're here so we can get this thing started. I took yesterday off. I promise I'm making it up because I'm gonna do a night show. I don't know when, but me and somebody got a show tentatively planned where we probably going to be going on doing a night show. So I'm gonna do a double hitter one of these days. It's coming. It's coming. The double hitter is coming. But as usual, y'all know how I do. Got to shout out the early bird squad. Everybody who made it in bright and early, dropped a comment before the show even got started. And came through first was Jessica X. What's up? What's up? Says this is going to be interesting. I think so. Because I had an interesting back and forth on the panel the previous show, and like 4 other shows immediately 2 shows sprouted up that were direct, responses to it. And gradually throughout the course of the day, I saw a few more. I saw a Complex touch on it. Obsidian went live on Mixler the next day about it, and saw a couple other people. So yeah. So it was a hot topic. We piggybacking on that. We're trying to pick up where we left off. Stoic 1 in the building. What's going on? Stoic 1. Don Calypso says, title sounds like Edward Anderson topic. Yeah, it does. It does. Jedi Mac, what's up? Ty City in the building. What's up? Peace and salute to Ty City. My man New came through. What's up? Also, Pablo Freshcavar, he says, just the conversation I wanted to have. Got to get a people what they want. Sam I Am says, peace, Bernard, in chat. In Ty City, why you say, Bernard, why do you hate yourself so much? I don't know what you're talking about, man. I love me some me. I don't know what you're talking about, man. What you talking about? I love me some me. But what's up? I think that covers the early bird squad. Golden Eagle 99 down there at the bottom. Mr. Panther God. D. Anderson, think I skipped you. But all right, we got it. See a few more people making it in here. Black Wolf Inc., I see you. All right, yeah. About to get into this. Like I said, it was I'm gonna take a sip of some coffee. But yeah, like I said, it was a lot of responses to the previous show, and I liked that. It was some good conversations. I didn't hear all of it because you only could listen to so much at one time, but I did listen to what Kuda had going on, and I doubled back to the MOT conversation that they had over there. MOT Zero Game Changer, and Hammer went back over there, who was the primary, who was partially the center of the conversation, and he'll be brought up here today. And if you want to come up today, that'd be great too if you're listening, Hammer. But yeah, it was definitely a cool thing. That was not cool, it was interesting what was going on with that conversation, where somebody who's from a different country, Cameroon, I think I got the country correct, said that if I understand it right, he was pursuing women here in America, and it wasn't going quite right for him. He's a 19-year-old virgin. He's in school, going to have a good career ahead of him at some point in the future. And he was pursuing American women and was running into what I thought was typical problems. If you're not cultured into this American shit and you're dealing with an American woman and you're a virgin and you would like to be married and you okay with not having sex until you're married, more times than not, that woman, she's going to dip out on you and go get piped down by somebody. She's not waiting on you. Women talk a lot of shit like they get down like that, but most of them in American culture, no, not happening. So he was running into some problems, and then at some point along the way, He's more or less packed it up, packed it in, and said, you know what, I'm good. My focus is on family. I want to get married. I'm okay with being a virgin until I'm married. They do, I think, de facto arranged marriages in his country. So he's good with finishing school here, getting his job, getting some resources together, going back to his home country, and getting his arranged marriage virgin wife and living happily ever after. That was essentially his story. And I asked him a series of questions that got down to the bottom of that. That's what that man wants to do. And if that's what he wants to do, that's fine. That's fine. That's a really ambitious idea if you're an American man and trying to do that with American women. But in a completely different culture, nothing wrong with that, provided that it's not some westernized culture. If it's a culture that still does arranged marriages, it's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. And so it was still brought up, the charge was put forward that he still needs to learn game. You know, Kuda suggested that he needed to get a starter bitch. And I do think if his goal was to mess with American women or to marry an American woman, I can agree with Kuda. 100%. 100%. You know, you can't go in blind like that dealing with a Western woman. So I would be with Kuda 100%. But that's why I asked Hammer that long series of questions to find out that he's changed his mind about dealing with an American woman. And his goal and his plan is to get a woman from his homeland who's also a virgin, who he will show up with a dowry, and essentially buy him a wife and go live happily ever after. And shout out to Game Changer, because he talked about how a lot of his Indian friends that he, went to school with or worked with, a lot of his colleagues, they do something like that too. They be 24-year-old virgins. Now I can't do it. Okay, let me just go ahead and say that. As much as I'm talking about culture and how culture and family and all of that's a good thing, I can't do it. I can't. No. I couldn't do it. But those that can. And those Indian men, apparently they can hold out until they get married to a woman that was essentially born and bred and cultured into being a wife. And they get them, as Game Changer described it, a badass, he said a Princess Jasmine looking wife. Those Indian dudes, they get them a Princess Jasmine looking wife. And that's what they get when they go back home after they, got their degree here, got their education here, got the job here, made the money here. The money goes back over there and translates into a lot more money over there than what it was over here. And a lot of different factors into the equation, but they get their Princess Jasmine and they be on their way. It's nothing wrong with that. And so I felt like there's nothing wrong with what Hammer was talking about. Salute to BGS in the building. Salute. Nothing wrong with none of that. So I felt like they was trying to drag him back into a cesspool when they like, you need to just get the game, and you get the game, and then you get your starter bitch, and you get your, trying to get him dragged back into messing with American women. And if he's not feeling that, he's not feeling it. So I don't get what was going on there. But anyway, the whole game and culture thing, it came up. When you're dealing with women of a different culture, you don't need game. And it reminded me of a conversation that I had with somebody by the name of Jalen Roddy. I probably saw him in this space. We did essentially what amounted to one-on-one, where he was saying the culture is the problem. And that's why there's problems with American black women because the men have not set the culture right. You got to set the culture. The men got to set the culture, and then the women will act right. And I say, regardless of what's going on with the culture, an individual grown as adult in a free country has to make individual grown as decisions to act in a way that's conducive for a happy, healthy, functioning relationship. And right on cue, Jalen Roddy dropped a super chat. And speaking of that, Mr. Shane Vicious, almost missed that. Thank you very much. If he's buying, oh shit, here y'all go. If he's buying a hooker and a maid, it's far cheaper. Okay. Here we are talking about game versus culture versus arranged marriages and wives from other cultures. And these motherfuckers talking about buying hookers and maids. Anyway. Y'all be cracking me up. Jalen Roddy says, if you know I'm here for this, also remember other cultures have multiple wives and the women are cool with it. Who really has the game? That's a damn good point. Talking about you need to get the game in those cultures. They got their shit set up to where it's they got their shit set up to where if they got the money, they can have multiple wives and the women be cool with it. So who really has the game? That's a good point. New says game talk is BS. There I said it. There I said it. But that's one of the things that came up in a previous conversation I had with Jalen Roddy, who just sent a super chat. And New, thank you for the super chat. Jalen Roddy, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Me and Jalen Roddy had a good conversation about culture, and I do want to have some more conversations about culture because he was trying to explain that the women that we're dealing with here, well, we haven't cultured those women. We haven't, if black men want better women, black men have to create a culture and then raise up the type of women that they want to see. That was essentially his argument. And he's talking about these women growing up without fathers, so they don't know how to relate to a man. But I said, hold on that. Okay. He's essentially saying these women don't know how to be women. That's what he's saying. These women don't know how to be women because they didn't have a man in the house. My response to that is that we can all understand and agree that a boy having a man in the house, you need a man to teach that boy how to be a man. That's the obvious point that we all can agree with. If a single father raised a boy by himself, we can all agree that that boy should have no excuse for not knowing how to be a man. He had a man in the house. So if you can blame the man for not being there, if the man not being there is a reason why the boy wasn't raised to be a man because he needed his dad to teach him how to be a man, well, a woman raised in a house by her mom, you're blaming the dad for not teaching the girl how to be a woman? Wouldn't that by default be the mother's responsibility to teach her daughter how to be a woman? Because if you're going to blame the dad not being there for that boy, not knowing how to be the man, but the mom was there, why is it that the girl doesn't know how to be a woman? Why did the mom fail at teaching the girl to be a woman? And if that's the complaint that men are having, particularly black men are having, that they're not feminine, they're too masculine, they're not submissive, they're this, they're that, they're combative, they're all of those things. All of those things. But she was raised by a woman, right? Everybody's side-eyeing D Wade for having the gay, trans, whatever son. He's getting side-eyed for that. Why was a man there on the job and his son turned out that way? Magic Johnson is getting side-eyed because there was a man there on the job and his son turned out that way. But when it's a woman there on the job, no matter how the woman that she raises turns out, not her fault. That's what's happening in these conversations. Johnny Blaze says game equals advanced form of begging for sex. Woo! I don't know about that one, but interesting. Mr. Shane Vicious, he said BC, I think Black community is backwards. Women drive the culture. And if women drive the culture, it's because they're raising the kids. And if they're raising the kids, then they have more control over the outcomes of the people in the culture. So, yes, that is accurate. Craig the tech guy, if Black women don't cooperate, the men will keep leaving. Thank you for the super chat, everybody. Oh, Mr. came through with the super chat. He said Kuda telling him, yo, shop at bitches. Man. Good question. Good question, Ty City. I see where you're going. That could be true. But see, I would assume that if it is going to be more or less arranged marriages and the women in the culture who are arranged to be married and that guy is to show up with resources in hand and essentially buy the woman, I figured that they would only be selling those women that were most suitable. And by most suitable, I mean most pretty. I mean, I just don't think you sell your fat, ugly, cockeyed daughter. I mean, who's going to buy her? You know? So that's why my assumption was that if you're getting an arranged wife, she's more than likely very attractive. That was my assumption. I could be wrong. Shout out to ARC. Author Alan Roger Curry says the number one problem here on YouTube, just like many terms used, is that there are too many invalid definitions and descriptions of what it means to have game. That sounds like a good show to do with you, ARC. That show is just titled "What is Game?" I know you wrote an article on that. You dropped a link to that. I guess you dropped the link right now, and hopefully this time I won't let it slip away. I'll actually get it and read it. But yeah, I know you wrote an article on that. So yeah, go ahead and drop that link. Let me take a sip. Everybody has calmed down about Corona. I mean, before I used to let out a little cough on the air. I tried to send the CDC over here. But man could choke on his coffee a little bit without y'all sending the CDC at me. But all right. Where we at? So yeah, that was one of the arguments that came in a previous show, that we as Black men have to culture the women, have to essentially raise the women we want to see. But men here today who are of age want to be with women that are of age, and the women that we got are the women that we got. You can't make a time travel argument. You can't make a time travel argument to saying we're supposed to go back and raise and culture up the women that we want to see. And if the women are messed up and many of them combative and unbearable to be with, you can't say, oh, be with them anyway and have a family with a lot of strife where you're trying to work it through with a unconscionable, unbearable, unencourageable woman. But just do it, because you're going to raise up those kids right and change the culture. It's almost like that was his argument. Either that or he was making a Silver DeLorean time travel argument. Or like, for example, the movie Time Traveler's Wife. If you saw the movie A Time Traveler's Wife, that was a good movie. I like science fiction movies that create scenarios that would be just impossible in real life. In that movie, what the character in that movie, he used to just spontaneously time travel when he could not control where he time traveled to. He normally would time travel to places that, held some type of significance in his life, or would just be random. So this random, spontaneous time traveling dude who would just disappear and reappear at another time. He, after he met his wife and married her, they got married in her father's backyard. And so that became a significant place in his mind, in his memory or whatever. So when he would spontaneously time travel, he spontaneously time traveled there. So when he spontaneously would time travel back to that spot, that place, but in a different time, he would time travel back to the place where him and his wife got married, but he would time travel back there like 22 years ago when his wife was a little kid. So he would just be there, and he couldn't control how long he was going to be there. He just knew he time traveled. He's there. He's stuck there for, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Sometimes he might be stuck for, a whole day. But when this man would time travel back to the place, the place where he got married, which was his wife's father's backyard, he would time travel back there, and his wife, who he married later in the future, would be there as a little kid. And so he was, as a grown ass man, talking to his future wife when she was a kid. And he would spontaneously time travel there like once a week and would be just there talking to her. It was a weird thing. Weird and kind of creepy too, but amazing when you think about the fact that he was essentially there grooming his wife, so to speak. He's talking to his wife as a little kid, and he's essentially, grooming her up to be his wife. He's telling her all kind of stuff, just, going to happen. He's inceptioning ideas into her head. You see what I'm saying? It was very interesting. Very interesting. Kenny Conjo came through. Since I have to run, I'm going to at least contribute to a Good Brothers show. Also sub to the fourth quarter. Oh, also sub to the fourth quarter talk channel too. Bless up everyone. Thank you very much. You said fourth quarter talk channel. I don't know what that is, but I trust you, Kenny Conjo. I trust you. But yeah, it was interesting. Like, that was a situation where somebody had the ability to literally mold and shape the woman that they ultimately married. Men today in a culture don't have that ability. We got the women that we got. And so a lot of arguments about men shaping the culture, those kind of don't work. Those arguments just don't work to me. So that puts us in a situation where these are the women that we got. Many of them are superficial, and many of them are shallow, and many of them have their ideas, and they want what they want, and that's what they want, and that is what it is, and that's where game comes in. So it turns into a situation where we do actually need game. Now, you can define it as good social skills, charisma. We talked about how, there are, and this is something I said, some aspects of the game you can't teach. I think it's hard to teach people to be really effective at reading people and thinking on their feet, because a lot of that is just processing information on the fly in real time and doing it quickly, because you never know what somebody's going to do or somebody's going to say, or so that aspect of the game can be difficult. And I said that, and some people gave me some pushback, and that's okay. But that aspect of the game can be difficult. But what game does, and what the game gurus, let's just call them that, what the game gurus can effectively do is teach guys some really good do's and don'ts. And you kind of have to have those do's and don'ts when you're dealing with women, free women in a Western culture that can do what they want and fuck who they want and fuck who they don't and not give a fuck. Like, when you're dealing with women like that, you have to understand some de facto rules, regulations, do's and don'ts. You have to understand that. Now, the game, I wish I see me, I'm using air quotes here. The game is not something that you can magically, inject somebody with. There's levels to it. There are some things you can't teach. We used the basketball reference in the last show when we were talking about how, it's some players who just don't got it. Or no, this is the best example of that. In basketball, you could teach somebody fundamentals. You can teach somebody how to make a good two-hand chest pass, a good two-hand bounce pass, a behind-the-back bounce pass, a behind-the-back pass with no bounce. But one thing you can't teach somebody to have the court vision of Magic Johnson. You can't teach that. It's like some aspects of it is just not teachable. That ability to just be out there on the court and just reading that defense on the fly, you just reading that defense, you so many steps ahead of everybody on that court to where you didn't zip the pass in there and hit your teammate who didn't even know he was open until he got hit in the stomach with the ball. That's when he found out he was open, when the ball hit him in the stomach. You can't teach that. So there's aspects of it that you can't teach. And that's my one critique of dating coaches, that I do feel like a lot of them are just naturally good at something. They're Magic Johnson just out there. And you know how you look at the Magic Johnson on a fast break or any good point guard. You just look at them. We watching it with a bird's eye view. So we should know who's open and who he about to pass it to. But even we can't tell. We didn't even know that person was open, because the person probably wasn't open at the moment that he released the ball. It's like, it's just magical in that sense. No pun intended. I was talking about Magic Johnson. So there's some things that you can't teach when it comes to this whole, game thing. But there are do's and don'ts that men in American culture or any Western culture has to learn when it comes to dealing with women. Game applied. Third World Colombian says game applies to more than just women. Yeah, absolutely. Bernard Raleigh applied. It applies to sports, corporate world, church, academic world, etc. And that's why I used the car sales example. A guy I know who used to just sell out when it came to cars. He was just a talker. He just knew how to talk. He knew how to connect with people. He knew how to sell. Like, if you show me something, show me somebody who can do multi-level marketing. You know that stuff where you go to a gathering and you don't know what it's about, and you find out when you're there that they're trying to get you to sell some magical juice that's supposed to heal oxidative stress, or some bullshit that somebody made up that's not, scientifically approved, but it's supposed to help you with this problem that you didn't know you had until they told you had the problem. And if you just buy this $50 bottle of magic juice, you know how you show up to those things. Oh man, I will get to that question. Give me a second. Guys who can do that, who can sell that multi-level marketing stuff, and they can get 5 people to get 5 people. If you could sign up 5 people and get your 5 people to sign up 5 people, the people who can succeed at that kind of stuff, those are the people that just have a cerebral ability to connect with people, because they can sell that magic juice. And you know what? Most importantly, they can sell their self. They can sell their self to other people. And as a man, if you have that ability to sell yourself to women, even if yourself that you're selling may not be technically on paper better than another guy who don't have that ability to sell himself, you're going to do better at a higher percentage rate. And that aspect of the game, it is really difficult to teach. So that's one criticism of dating coaches, that I feel they can improve somebody. Shout out to ARC. I just finished mode 1. And he, in a very, very good way, he breaks down, he breaks down those do's and don'ts, and if this, then this type of situation scenarios, and how to figure out what this person is thinking, what this person is doing, but on the fly, in real time, rapid fire. Some people are going to be great at it. Some people are going to be good. Some people are going to be average. We can all acquire the knowledge, just like what I talked about when they used to do the sales presentations, when I sold cars, how we used to do the walk around, where one salesman would be the client and the other salesman would be the salesman, and they would do like a mock walkthrough, and the car salesman that was pretending to be the customer would give all kind of objections and push back, and then the salesman had to overcome the objections. And we would do that every morning. Some people were just naturally great at it. We all were equally armed with the information, but the thinking on your feet, quick read, react, and know what to do and break things down and penetrate barriers and get that person to let his guard down. That person who walked on the car lot who said, nah, I'm just looking, but you can talk that person into leaving with making a $50,000 purchase that they didn't plan on making that day. If you have that type of ability to inspire and connect with people, yeah, you could be an average dude, a 5 on the scale from 1 through 10, and you can still overachieve out there in the dating game because you just have that ability to sell yourself and connect with people. And that is a hard thing to teach. But in a modern culture that we have going on here, to some degree, you do have to have that depending on what you're looking for out there. Depending on what you're looking for out there. You're looking to increase your percentages and get your numbers up and all of that stuff, then yeah, you do have to have that. I'm not going to deny that. The problem came in with the last show is when they wanted to apply that to somebody who said, no, I'm looking to get married from a woman from my home culture, arranged marriage, where he'll be there in an arranged marriage. She doesn't have any laws to protect her. You know, she can't just file a divorce and take half his shit or get child support or take the kids with her. And in the event that she got out of line and he just put her out the house, she would have to go back home to her mom and dad, and they would put foot to ass and say, you better go back to your husband. By that point, she's crawling back on her knees, butt naked and hungry, trying to get back into her husband's house. That's how that works out there. So a man doesn't have to be as, as cautious and as gamed up as we do here. You don't need the starter bitch or starter bitches so you can learn women as much over there. Obsidian asked the question. He says, my question is, why does game need to be all things to all people? It doesn't. It doesn't at all. And I just explained a situation where it doesn't have to be. And if a guy is purely and only looking for a long-term relationship, and if he's okay with, and I think ARC may have touched on this too in mode 1, but if the guy is only looking for a long-term relationship and he's okay with going it alone in the process of pursuing that, if he's okay with going it alone for a little while, then no, he don't need your game. Given enough time, you will meet that one person that's right for you and suitable for you, and you and that person could be together. But if you don't have a lot of experience with women, there will be some things that, I think you would need to know, that not knowing it would cause you some problems, Stuff that we've talked about on this show. I did a stream called "If You Bend, She'll Break You." If you're compromising, then she's not gonna look at that as you're compromising to make her happy wife, happy life, or whatever the hell they say. No, she's gonna look at that shit as, okay, he wanted to do this, then I complained, and now he's doing this. She's not gonna think, oh, he really loves me, that's why he changed what he wanted to do, because he wanted to see a smile on my face. He loved me so much. No, she's gonna be like, ha, I just punked this nigga. I can control him now. It's a lot of shit like that we have to worry about in a Western culture. So that's why I think that's what Kuda was getting at when he was saying they need to know that what he was saying. Oh yeah, that's what Kuda was saying. I think that's what Kuda was getting at when he was saying you still need to know the game. Not necessarily the game as it's usually applied in a Western way or a Black American way, but it is an understanding of women that is useful to know. But I don't think you have to have that understanding as much if you're doing what Hammer is talking about doing. And Sister George says, Bernard Riley, used car salesman, sounds about right. Ha! I know you ain't calling somebody a used car salesman, all that bullshit you over there trying to sell at the pipe down. But anyway, I actually sucked at it. Damn it. Hold on. I actually wasn't very good at it. I wasn't good at selling people bullshit. I wasn't good at, that quick rapid fire connecting with somebody. You got 10 minutes, barely even that, 5 minutes to make that person like you and want to keep talking to you. I wasn't very good at that. No, that wasn't. It wasn't. That's why that selling shit. It's important. It's an important skill. It's an important skill, and I did good enough at it, but it wasn't. It wasn't my thing. I wasn't that good at it. Wasn't that good at it at all. I'm not even. I might get into why on another stream. I'm naturally an introvert. That talking to people all day, and it's funny because I do that now here online, but it's different. It's a different ball game. But just getting out and talking to people, I suffered through it because post divorce I knew I needed to get out in the world and meet people and meet women. So I made myself just onward Christian soldier, just soldier on through it, just so I can meet people, just so I can meet women. But it was an exhausting task. I hated it. But anyway, Consular Murray says game is what the serpent used to get Eve to eat the fruit. LOL. It's a natural talent, but can be learned on a lower level once you get over the fear of rejection and have practiced self-improvement. Yeah, it's some truth in that. It can be learned. Like I said, if you're naturally performing at a D minus, I think a good coach could get you up to a C. If you're naturally performing at a C, a good coach could probably get you up to a B. But if you just naturally just don't got it, I don't think nobody can just coach you up to an A plus. I don't think you're going from a D minus to an A plus. It's very rare. Put it like that. It's very rare. Like I said, you can teach somebody how to make a good bounce pass. You can't teach somebody to have the court vision of Magic Johnson. You could teach somebody how to make a good fundamental behind the back bounce pass. They're not going to have the court vision of LeBron James. Somebody dropped in the chat, said LeBron's the best passer ever. He's up there. I didn't want to use LeBron as my example. That's why I used Magic Johnson, because I didn't want to start a basketball debate. Des James, game is Coke bottles dropping from the sky and calling it gift from Gab. Referencing God's must. Good one. Good reference. Good reference. All right. Let me see if I got any other super chats going on. I'd like to thank everybody who hitting that super chat on the way in. And I have no idea what we got going on in the like department. So let's get these likes up, people. Let's get the likes up. I'm clicking on it right now to see where we at. Oh my goodness, that's horrible. We had 262 people watching and 94 likes. That's just goofy. That is just goofy. Come on now. Come on now. Let's do better than that. All right, we at 107. There's no reason why we shouldn't be at 150 at least. Thank you, Naima, for dropping that information. I haven't been advertising my Patreon as much. I did recently put a new video on there, a video that got taken down. And you see Naima just posted the Patreon information right there. So by all means, feel free to support on Patreon. I appreciate that. I got a few people I got to add to the list because I used to still scroll the Patreons down at the bottom where the Cash App is. Still shout out my Patreons regularly. There's a few people name I got to add to the list. I'd like to thank everybody who has joined that Patreon. Thank you, Melody. She says, like the stream. Yes. Like the stream. Bat signal. What the hell y'all talking about? All right. So I think I said it. I think I said most of it all. Probably a few more things I wanted to get into. I'm going to open it up pretty soon. Because it's a situation. Oh yeah, this is the main thing I wanted to get into. This is what I don't like about when people used to talk about game. This is the main thing I don't like. When we talk about legitimate problems, and okay, there's legitimate problems, like for example, men who are still expected to provide for a woman still have a legitimate concern that this woman who may change like the wind 8 years from now, it's already a 50% chance we'll get a divorce and an 80% chance that she's going to be the one to file it. So a man does have a legitimate concern that, this may not be a good idea getting married, or he may have a legitimate concern. It may not be a good idea moving, this woman in my house, or it may not be a good idea to do this. When you talk about the societal problems and this or that, the laws and everything, I don't like when people try to make it seem like game is just the end all be all. If you got good game, you ain't got to worry about that. I don't think game is that damn magical. Now, I think choosing well can help that, really being with somebody who you really have similar goals, shared values, ideals, and all of that and everything, blah, 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 blah. It increases your percentages, but you're still not going to bat 1,000. So you're still putting it on the line. I don't like when people may make it seem as if game can defeat all of that. I think you still can be the king of your castle and master of your own universe to some degree, within reason. You can. I do believe that. But there's some stuff that I don't like when people make it seem like, every fatal flaw in the system can be solved by game. You just gotta know how to game down these bitches. Like, no, I don't go that far with it. I don't. I think that's an overreach of game. Game is just good do's and good don'ts when dealing with the opposite sex. That's a real shorthand definition. And I probably will email AR. I probably have ARC email me that article. Cause I do want to see. I am curious to see what ARC had to say about that. But no, game is definitely good do's and good don'ts and way to operate and go about when dealing with women, particularly pursuing women, and quite often pursuing women for short-term sex. That's what most people that are talking about. Not all dating coaches, but most dating coaches are talking about when they're talking about game, how to short-term get what you need or get the best results from that woman. That's quite often what we're talking about. I don't like when game is overused or exalted to too high of a place. I don't like that. I don't like when people, I see BGS just, I believe more or less agree with me. Game is just short term. I think you do have to have an understanding of women going long term with them. But that game, it is typically in the short term situations, your whole little mode of operating and how you're going about pursuing what you want in the short term. And that's necessary here. No, zero. Game is everything. Everything is game. I don't like when we go there where game is the automatic end all be all perfume that can be sprayed on shit and make the smell go away. No, I don't like when we do that with game. But if we're not talking about a culture like the one that Hammer talked about in Cameroon, if we're not talking about a culture like that, then yes, there is some need for game, and there's less of a need for game when you're talking about a culture like the one Hammer is ultimately going to try to find a wife, albeit a arranged wife, arranged marriage. When that's the situation, I don't think you need game. I don't. You need an understanding of women. You do need an understanding of women. But like I said before, you don't got to understand that much when you could just put your foot down and she either get down with you or she can just get put the fuck out and be homeless with no help or support because her family ain't letting her back in. So men have full creative control to do what the fuck they want to do in those other countries, those non-Western countries. So we're dealing with a whole different ball game here. But without further ado, we got a slight panel filing in. And most importantly, now ARC, I promise I don't be trying to summon you, but I know some of these topics gonna pull you right on up. So what's going on, ARC?
You got it, Brother Riley. Yeah, of course. Well, here's what's interesting. I get frequently associated with game, and it is something I do talk about on a lot of my YouTube videos. But actually, if you were to read my books, which you now have,
yep, just my old one,
my books, compared to a lot of people who are in the like dating advice industry, I don't really use that term too much in my books.
Mm-hmm.
I use that term very sparingly, but there's a number of definitions I've heard that are reasonably valid, both on a basic level and on an advanced level. But then there's some things that are just way off base. The last time I tackled this subject on my channel was I did create, on request from some of my Patreon subscribers, a game chart where I basically, for the purposes of my books and my teachings, I divide a game into 5 categories. Well, first 2 categories, which was verbal game and non-verbal game. The 2 general forms of verbal game is direct verbal game and indirect verbal game. And there's 3 general categories of a non-verbal game, which would be looks game, money and status game, and body language / demeanor and disposition game. The first time I heard, there was 2 early on when I was young, the 2 main forms of game I became, and most of my peers became hip to. One was in respect to relationships, and one was in respect to casual sex.
Mm-hmm.
Where I grew up, in respect to relationships, guys would categorize a guy as having game if he was able to pull a woman out of his league. Like right. If you saw, like, let's use the typical 1 to 10 scale. If you saw a guy that was a 5 with a woman that was a 9, guys would say, damn, that dude must have strong game to pull her. That guy must, particularly if money wasn't involved. Now, if money was involved, guys wouldn't give guys that type of respect because they would feel like, well, anybody could do it if they spend a lot of money. But if a guy who was like, say, a 4 or 5 was able to pull a woman that was an 8, 9, or 10 as a girlfriend, other guys would say, man, he must got strong game. And then in respect to casual sex, the number one time guys would categorize somebody as having game was if you were able to have 2 or more casual sex lovers, aka fuck buddies, that were cool with knowing that you had another fuck buddy. So let's say you had 3 fuck buddies and all 3 of those fuck buddies were cool with you fucking 2 other women, then that's another time guys would say, damn, boy got game, man. He got 3 fuck buddies at the same party and they ain't tripping on each other. Whereas if a guy, say, had 3 fuck buddies, but all 3 of those fuck buddies thought they was his girlfriend, then guys wouldn't really give him that much game, that much respect. They'd be like, he just lying all 3 of them bitches. He's just a masterful liar. They'd be like, but he ain't got no game. But if you had, like, you was at a party, like Kappa party, and you had 3 of your fuck buddies at that party, and they all knew that you was fucking all 3 of them, and they wasn't causing no drama, and they wasn't tripping, that's when guys would be like, oh, this motherfucker got strong game. He got game. I would say the most underrated form of game that I promote in my books, if you want to call it game, it has nothing to do with actually getting pussy, but is the ability to quickly identify when other people, whether it be women or other men, are attempting to exploit you and generally manipulate you. I personally would categorize that as the most underrated form of game. Because to me, if you're not able to quickly identify when people, that's another use of the term game, is people running game on you. See, manipulators, that's what they do. They run game on you, or at least attempt to run game on you. And so one of the things I teach in my books, particularly my book, The Possibility of Sex, is that you have to be skilled at identifying when people are trying to exploit you for something or manipulate you for something. And that's a form of game I think can be taught to anybody. You know, related to that discussion we had a couple of days ago, I don't think that's something that's, you know, you're naturally gifted or you have to have some special talent for. You just have to gain a certain degree of knowledge over a period of time, knowledge and wisdom, and learn how to read people very well. And it doesn't happen overnight. It happens, you know, a lot of times it's lengthy trial and error, but that's to me the most underrated form of game, is being able to quickly, like with me, when I'm dealing with women, I can quickly identify if a woman is basically trying to exploit me and or manipulate me. A lot of times I can identify that in a matter of seconds, minutes, you know, in the first few minutes of the conversation. Whereas I've seen other guys I know, particularly a lot of my clients, they just can't identify it. And so that again, that's one of the most underrated forms. But yeah, it's an interesting topic because so many people attach so many connotations to it, some positive, some negative. And again, as I put in my super chat, there's some definitions and descriptions of game that I'm just like, okay, that has nothing to do with game. So that's my commentary.
All right, damn it. I meant to read that super chat and I fucked up and can't read it now. I think it's gone, lost and gone forever. God damn it. My bad, JJ. I can't even read what you said, but thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. And with that said, God damn it, let's see. Janelle Santos says, Bernard panel be like Groundhog Day. Same talk over and over about game. There's another channel that you frequent that has the same talks over and over again about game. Infinitely more than what we talk about game. Here, I don't see you over there saying that. I wonder why. Anyway, somebody escort her to the forbidden zone. How about that? No, just playing. Don't block her. But that's interesting. But anyway, SKC. All right, SKC. You just soaked up all that game. So go ahead, SKC. I know you got to get in on that.
You know, I like to try something a little different this time. Could Zero go before me and not just interject a couple of things? Because I'm pretty sure that we're on the same line of thought on this conversation about game and culture.
Yeah, go ahead, Zero. Zero, are you there?
Hello. All right, my bad.
You said hello like you was on the phone.
The wrong mic on. All right, so first of all, there has never, ever been a legit conversation about game in the Black Manosphere, ever. Every time you have game, niggas don't understand conversation. Any pushback against the game is negated, and you get shouted down, and niggas is not trying to hear that shit. So that's first of all. So Janelle Santos is wrong about that. ARC is right about like what he was saying. So here's what happened with the game niggas in the manosphere. They'll do shit like, they'll say some shit like, if you, all things being equal, are talking to women, you have the same shot if you're fucking Quasimodo as Boris Kojo does with women. They have these, like, they have this thing where they negate parts of game that are completely relevant and true, and then reduce it to like the magical shit. So they'll be like, so mouthpiece is everything. It's weird. There's no one facet of it that's everything. There isn't. It's a combination of shit. But they'll go, because they're trying to sell that hope, mouthpiece is everything. So I always do the situation where I have a more realistic situation. You got Kevin Hart, who got mouthpiece, fame, status, all the rest of it. And then you got Boris Kojo, who I've actually met in real life. The nigga, he also has mouthpiece. He funny as shit and all the rest of it. You put them two niggas in the same place, trying to talk to the same chick, Kevin Hart's going to lose 100% of the time. Because if we just going on mouthpiece alone, Boris is going to win because he has it. So Kevin Hart's going to lose 100% of the fucking time. And that's just the way it is. And people in the game niggas don't want to accept that. They don't want to accept real life. And then when they do, like, they'll do shit like for instance, when ARCB, when he whip out the old nigga tales, we understand that this is a light-skinned dude in the 80s. He gonna win all the fucking time, right? So they'll do shit where...
Not true.
Come on, man.
Not true.
Light-skinned niggas gonna win every time. Light-skinned niggas in the 80s is gonna win every fucking time.
Dude, that's an ignorant talking point. That's
Zero.
an ignorant talking point.
It was for the bet. It was 29
ignorant.
seconds.
It's ignorant talking point.
That's fine. So, all right, ignorant talking point, right? So they'll do some shit where they say, like, for instance, he's saying, like, right now, it's not true and it's ignorant. When, like, in real life disagrees with you. Reality disagrees with you.
It's ignorant, because if that was true, if all I had to do was show up and be light-skinned, why would I need to come up with my mode?
Okay, there's more to it.
Walk in the room.
Let's not pretend to do the dumb shit. We all know that there's more to it than that.
Talking point.
We all know that there's more to it. There's, of course, there's more nuance.
Fellas. All right. Zero did come in and say that whenever somebody speaks against game, it turns into a lot of interruptions. So let's put it in the hoister, even though I know you don't. I know where you're coming from.
Colorism,
I get it. I got it. Zero. Be cool. ARC, I know you don't like that one. I know that. So just try to sit on it for a little bit. I know you don't like when dudes try to say your whole successful women, your whole career is just light skin privilege. I don't like people do that to you either.
But look, I'm not saying that either. We all know that there's more.
Go ahead. Let him finish, ARC.
But look, we all know that there's more nuance in that. Like, we can't just like we always got to fucking preface shit and go into detail and go like, here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, fucking 9, 10. Come on, man. We know that there's more nuance in that. But on the average, yeah, goddamn. So the statement is not ignorant. Like, again, real life disagrees. So
it is ignorant.
Then
let him finish, ARC. Let him finish.
I'll let him finish.
So anyway, I'll skip. So
yeah.
All right, let's look at it this way, right? Every time game discussions come up, you ever seen a movie Friday After Next?
Yeah.
Okay, so you remember when Magic Mike come on the screen and shit, and then Day started like losing his motherfucking mind. And
was it his name Money Mike?
Yeah, Money Mike came on screen.
Mike was he was the white dude
for
the male stripper movie.
Yeah, he was the white dude. I don't be giving a fuck about niggas' names. So Day was like, he just like almost like he had like a fucking electricity just go through his body and shit because Money Mike was there, and he just felt like just being there, just being around like the god of the game niggas pimps was just like a thing in itself. That nigga got excited as fuck. He was like, I'm chopping it up, ooh wee, like that. You know what I'm saying? So he was like, this is how game conversations is in the Black Manosphere. Niggas just get so excited about the shit, and just it gets to this level where you can't have a legit conversation, because if you say anything against it, you a hater. You just don't know the game. All of this other shit, they dismiss you right away. Like you don't, like they the only niggas who was raised in the hood. Like they was the only niggas who did this and did that. It's the same shit every time.
I wasn't raised in the hood.
Again, all I'm saying, there's more nuance to it than that. God damn. So anyway, this is how game conversations is in the Black Manosphere, and a good example of it is right now. That's all.
I'm gonna tell you why it went left. Is because you presented an ignorant ass talking point about this whole light skin. You're doing And a brother I'm now cool with, we made up. But first brother, when I came on YouTube, who came with this angle you coming from, even though he used to do it in a more lighthearted manner, was a brother named Tony Maceo. Tony Maceo would do that a lot of times, particularly when he was on O'Shea's channel. He would say, hey, man, Alan Roger Curry is cool. I like Alan Roger Curry, but let's be real, man. 90% of the reason why that nigga got so much pussy in his life is because he's a light-skinned pretty boy, man. He really didn't need no Mode 1 and shit. He's just like a light-skinned pretty boy, and light-skinned pretty boys was popular in the 80s and 90s and shit. That's why he got laid. It had nothing to do with his Mode 1. That's bullshit. To me, both arguments are bullshit. If someone was to say the reason I had successful women was 100% just because of my conversation skills, even I would disagree with that. I would say no. My looks did have a part to do with it. But on the flip side, when people try to say, oh, Alan, it was 100% about your looks. Well, if it was 100% about my looks, how come the first 3 years of my college, when I looked the same as I did in later years, I was struggling? My freshman, sophomore, third year in college, I didn't hardly get no casual sex pussy. I got relationship pussy, but when it came to casual sex pussy, it wasn't until I started being Mode 1 when I started scoring casual sex left and right. And that's because I developed balls and backbone. Because before, I was scared to tell women straight up I wanted casual sex. And then I had an incident that I described in my book, Who Said Again, where I was like, fuck it. I'm going to let these bitches know. I just want to fuck you. And to my pleasant surprise, women were down with that shit. And you got niggas to this day that feel like they got a lot of women and bullshit women to get casual sex from them. Starting with the age of 21 to now, I ain't never had to lie to no woman to get her to have casual sex with me. I ain't never had to manipulate no woman to get her to have casual sex with me.
Again.
You know what?
You know what? Real quick, fellas. Hold on, real quick. Des James, thank you for the super chat. He says, "Well, you want me to do a topic on light skin feel left out in the black community?" SKC, you sound like you was trying to say something.
Yeah. I was just trying to finally get in after the zero thing.
All right, you got next, BGS.
What about
just a question to ARC real quick? All right, so you see the topic of the show. From your perspective, does game help black culture or does it hurt it? From your perspective,
you don't give a fuck. I've heard you say
that. That's too broad. You actually need some level of game to function in society. I mean, it is a form of communication. I'm saying strictly when it comes to relationship. Like, you just see what ARC did. He personalized everything I said.
Well, I mean, I was waiting on his answer, though.
It's completely unfucking productive to the conversation.
When you
he put words in my mouth saying 100% and all this other shit. Like I said, man, you cannot have a legit conversation with these niggas.
No, you personalized it first. When you said
the question,
fellas. Okay, fellas. All right.
I didn't say shit about you.
Fellas. Let's just chill for a second. Joe, I'm skipping you. I'm showing privilege to BGS.
What's the answer to the question?
The answer to the question is that you need both. Okay, game has been around for a very long time. How to talk to women. It goes. We can look in any literature, going all the way back to Rome or the Greeks. Okay, game has always been there. Shakespeare was nothing but game. Okay, it's always been there. So game and culture go together. But I want to say something about Mode 1. Like, well before. Me and ARC has talked about this, right? The reason I know Mode 1 works is because I don't know how old ARC is, but I learned
57.
I learned Mode 1 from my best friend back in 1979, and I don't think ARC had written the concept. He might have knew about it, but he hadn't written the concept yet, right? Well, I know it works.
Let me handle this for you, ARC. You learned direct game from your friend in '79. You ain't learned Mode 1. Mode 1 ain't exist. Mode 1 didn't exist, and ARC gave birth to it.
ARC gave the name to it. He gave the name to it, and he wrote it down. But
like North America.
Most guys that did it did not pass it on like that. So ARC did everybody a favor by actually writing it down and actually putting the concepts down, right?
But everything married.
Everything that ARC did is talked about in Mode 1. I had a friend that did it, and that's why I know it works, because if you ever saw my partner, man, he was 5'6". He was ugly and he was skinny. And he pulled more bitches than I've ever seen anybody done in my life. So that's why I know it works. And that's where game does work. You have to have a level of talent now. I'm not saying that you can be 100% klutz and use it, to that level. What I'm saying is, but I've seen this dude talk women out of their pants in under 5 minutes, and all his bitches were 8, 9s, and 10s. Okay, he was not light skinned. He was not cute. He was not tall. He was not muscular. He had a verbal game that was out of this world. So I know that it works. And there's a lot of dudes that I know that are short and ugly that have verbal game that can do that. I'm not saying that they're common, but I know that it does work. Now, there's all with game, with like Alan says, it's always a mixture between personality, charisma, money, and looks. Okay, there's always a mix. Okay, and basically all those separate things are part of game. Okay, you use them in different ways. And there's some guys that look good and are light skinned and can't get women for shit because they have no personality. Okay,
there you go. There you go. And see, that's what I was trying to
the
make
same
the point,
thing.
is
You
that
need a combination.
all these guys who try to assume that if you light skinned, particularly back in the 80s and 90s, you were automatically.
No.
I had a brother in my fraternity.
Oh,
I talked about this on my channel. His name was DC, was jet black. I'm talking about Bernie Mac, jet black. And he was one of the top 5 womanizers in our fraternity.
I've seen it.
What fraternity were you in?
Game.
What fraternity were you in?
Kappa Alpha Psi.
What campus was that?
Alpha chapter, Indiana University, Bloomington.
So
Indiana.
hold
None
on.
of that matters. Everybody knows black niggas was getting hoes too, man. I'm just saying, real life. This is
what you said before, Zero.
No, I said there's more nuance to it than that. Look, okay, here, rewind the video. I said there's more nuance to it than that. Interrupt game nigga hopped in there to get his fucking personalization off.
No, you
everyone. God damn. Bro, I was using you as an example.
No, you weren't.
Can a retard have game?
Rewind.
Hold on.
Rewind. You don't have to rewind. I heard what he said.
Zero. Let me get him.
What he was saying was not true. Because how old are you, Zero?
Yeah.
How old are you, man? Huh?
43.
43. What the fuck were you doing in the 80s, man? Were you dating in the 80s?
No, not the 80s. When I was in school, like.
Well, how do you know, man? How you gonna tell dudes that's in the 80s?
Here we
what
go.
was going on during the 80s, man?
Because I could see my uncles and my cousins doing this shit. That's how.
But is there a difference between seeing it from the outside and actually doing it?
No, but I can see with my own eyes.
Is there a difference between?
BGS. There's a mix of them. Some of my uncles light skin, some of them dark skin. I got like mixed people in my family and shit. All of them was fucking, but on average, the light-skinned niggas was winning. Even at school, light-skinned niggas was winning. It's not like I'm saying that they was like motherfucking 90% batting 1,000. I'm just saying on average, they were winning.
Yeah, I think y'all
it's just that simple. Like people go overboard with this shit, man. I'm just saying, don't go overboard with it. We know that there's nuance. Everybody was fucking, but light-skinned niggas was winning.
Y'all are getting into a territory where I think y'all agree. I think everybody can agree that in the 80s, light-skinned niggas was in.
They were a little bit more. They were a little bit more preferred.
A little bit.
That's all I was saying.
How do you?
Being darker,
I was out there.
This nigga allowed to be cool.
We was out there, man. We were dating.
We live in a colorist society. What are you talking about?
We had to compete.
Can I go?
What are you talking about?
All right, Pablo Frescobar, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. None of that is the question. The question is game versus culture. Yeah. What works best? I didn't put a what works best on there, but I do want to. Eventually, we will get back to different cultures and how much game is necessary there versus the West. I did want to get into that. That's something I want to.
The question is, is there?
Who that back there growling?
Who the fuck is cussing,
man? I was asking.
Who the fuck is cussing, man?
Who is this?
Who the fuck is cussing?
Aegon, man, you killing it.
You the last person that just hopped on the panel. Technically, Joe and Ben got to go before you.
No. Aegon was here before me.
Okay,
then I
well,
came in
technically,
there.
Joe
I
needs
actually
to
asked
go
you a question.
before
The
you.
BGS hopped in front of me.
You not at
No,
ground.
Bernard said. What did Bernard
Okay,
say, Joe?
Smither.
I said, well, it's one thing. What you talking about? I skipped Joe for BGS because I was going to give privilege to BGS. Then I was going to go back to Joe. Then it was going to work its way down to, I believe, Aegon and Ben down there. So you're not at growl level yet.
My bad.
Ground level.
I mean, it do come a point if you sit on the panel forever, you might have to start growling so you can be heard. But you ain't been on that long yet. But
I like that.
Jalen
Said ground level.
Who cares who got sister?
All right, give us. You're 21. Give us your idea what game versus culture is, Joe. Go ahead, man.
Hold on.
In my opinion, I think game matter more.
Wait a minute, Joe. Wait a minute. Nick Penn, I got to shout out Super Chats. I'm sorry. Nick Penn, thank you for the Super Chat. I appreciate it. He says for thinking black man. And I think it's one more down here somewhere. I got to find it because I'm behind. Because I really don't watch my chat. Y'all probably be down here clowning every day. There's James. Came through with another one. I appreciate that. He says, do I need a game to pump?
Yeah, you do.
Absolutely.
You do.
Absolutely.
For pump it down, you do.
All right, go ahead, Joe.
But yeah, I think game more important because like even from what I've experienced, like I go back to high school, for example. Like it was a dude named Tez. Bro, the little dude was out of shape, he was short, everything. Had all the hoes. Look, and me and my homeboys played football. So I remember I was talking to my friend James about it. And I was just like, bro, we play football. This little dude get more bitches than we is. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, what's going on? They wasn't like, you know what I'm saying, the finest girls in school, but it was just still like he was just getting them. I'm just like, damn, this little dude, he getting bitches I can't get.
So how was he getting them though?
Shit, he was 17, 18.
How was he getting them?
He was just like being funny. He was being funny with him.
Funny? Did he sell weed? What was this game? What was this trick?
Oh yeah, he was a little wannabe street dude too.
Yes.
And I never forget. It was this girl named Jasmine. I was talking to her, right? And me and her was probably talking for about 2 months. I'm cracking her everything, right? So one day she hit me out the blue. She was like, Joe, I like you and all this type of stuff, but you too nice. This before I found a red pill. She was like, but you too nice or whatever. I was like, huh? So then the next day I went to school, right? I seen her with Tez. I'm like, whoa, like what's going on or whatever. So I was talking to James, right? He had went over there and was talking to her. He was like, you know what I'm saying, what's going on? Like, what you you know what I'm saying, what's up with you and Joe or whatever. She was just like, I like street dudes. She was like, Joe cool and all that, but he ain't hood enough. And I was like, damn.
So in other words, street dude, is that a game or is that culture?
I want to say that's more so. I want to say it's kind of both.
It's culture,
but I think
that's culture. But you do still have to have. It's still a certain type of street nigga game you got to have.
Yeah.
Street dude.
Bro, and I was thinking, I'm like, bro, I'm a 6'2" in shape dark skinned dude, and this little fat dude just stole my bitch. Like, bro, I couldn't believe it.
It's culture.
Bro, we falling for the anecdotal nigga tales, man.
Or is it counterculture?
The thing is, there's subcultures and there's countercultures, like bikers. You have druggies. Right. You got lames. You got rich folks. You got It's not a counterculture. It's just a subculture.
Yeah. All right. We about to go ahead.
See how? Wait. See how the anecdotal nigga tale gets no pushback? It's just like this is what I be talking about when it comes to this game shit. All you got to do is say some shit that's just sound relatable, and niggas get that hope.
Bro, you have to be quiet.
It's real, bro.
It is real. It's real, but it is not. We see it all the day. We see it all the time.
A street dude that's broke have more status than an athlete, bro.
It's just culture, depending on where you are.
No, all right,
street nigga, and I hoop. Like, what's your point? Like, we get that, man. That shit happens, but bro, real life disagrees with your fucking nigga tale. We get it.
Why does it? You said it does, but
on average, it's just like when motherfuckers is when we discuss.
What do you define as real life, Zero?
All the YouTube complains about what, especially educated lame versus what?
I don't even accept the term educated lame. That shit out of here.
Let me. Versus what? I'm talking on YouTube. We talk about it all the time. Versus street dudes, right? Two different kinds of types of culture, right? We talk about it all the time. So it's real life. It's not a nigga tale. It's real life, man.
Hey, I just said it was real life. All I'm saying is that shit don't matter just because, like, like we hear this shit all the time when niggas be talking about game, but every time we start talking about the shit, it always go to personalization and nigga tales instead of speaking to like the societal aspect of it. Like, for instance,
Zero, to your credit, I mean, to your point, Zero, that is the conversation that I did want to have, what you just described. So we are going to get to that. We did get into, you know, I guess as you call it, nigga tales.
But this is all it's going to be. Motherfuckers making up examples of how the nigga who wasn't supposed to win won. That's why.
So what about Red Ryan daughter who got pregnant?
What do you want to expand it to? Then speak on it. What do you want to expand it to?
So Zero, I got one simple question for you, Zero. Have you read any of my books?
I will never read that shit. That shit was written from your perspective, your bias, your experience.
One time, hey, goddamn.
Don't address me then. If you
your perspective,
hey, order in the court.
Don't ever address me.
Your perspective, your bias.
Don't ever address me if you don't
order in the court.
Hold on, order.
That's a sidebar.
In fairness, Zero normally will address what ARC says on the panel. I don't know if I've heard Zero address ARC's books. In the event that he did that, then it would be right to stop him. Like, hey, Zero, you ain't never read his books, don't address his books. Because I do have, now that I've read Mode 1, I do have a completely different perspective on it.
No, but here's the thing, though. He has, in his own subtle way, he's implied that the content of my book is unrealistic and is representing selling hope. But if he ain't read my books, how the fuck can he imply that shit?
I ain't never mentioned your book. Your books are written from your perspective, your bias, your experience.
Damn
right.
His perspective, his bias, his experience. I don't really need to read that shit. All right, man, go ahead.
Can we move the panel?
Order. We going to Aegon.
Aegon. Okay, yo, ARC. What you with the Alpha chapter for Cap Alpha Psi, right?
That's right.
SKC, you at Alpha 2. What's up, bro? What are the Kappas known for?
Well, you just conflated my fraternity with Alpha Phi Alpha.
No.
Get straight answers from game niggas.
Hold on, SK. I'm talking to SKC real fast. What is Kappa Alpha Psi? What are those brothers known for?
For being pretty boys.
I mean, is it to ARC or to me?
To you, to women, like to women. They know as womanizers, right?
That's what I
probably womanizers, right? And he went to the Alpha chapter, the number 1 out of like 250. Them dudes is like celebrities. And you telling me this dude don't got an overrated bias on how to get women, and he light skinned?
All right, I'll address that so a fire won't get started. I think I more or less said this on the last show. ARC's stories of walking into a hospital and slapping the nurse in the forehead with his dick. Okay, those are really extreme stories. Okay, what he break down in his book, the methodology of Mode 1, is something that even if he didn't have those stories, you can read Mode 1 and say, okay, I see what he's saying here. I see how that makes sense. Because Mode 1, and it ain't exactly about walking up to women, slapping them in the forehead with your dick or saying crazy shit. You can do that with Mode 1, but ain't necessarily about that. ARC try to say that it ain't about getting pussy, or I don't know exactly how you word that. It is about getting women. That much.
It's about getting women, but it's not about getting pussy. It sounds general.
It's about getting women. Hold on.
Break it down, Bernard, is that the one book that I do openly say is about getting women in bed is Who Said Again. That's my book that's about seducing women. Mode 1 is mistaken as a book about getting women in bed, but actually, if you really read it, my more intelligent, perceptive readers have picked up on this. Mode 1 at its core is really about having the confidence and courage to engage in real authentic, straightforwardly honest conversations with women. No dishonest conversations, no disingenuous conversations, no misleading conversations. It ain't even about getting pussy. With Mo One, it's not even solely about getting pussy. It's about, was your conversation with a woman real? Was it 100% authentic, or was it full of a lot of bullshit? That's more so the question with the Mo One book is, are you engaging in honest, authentic conversations, or are you trying to bullshit this woman? And the honest truth is, most guys in society, when they talk to women that they're attracted to and trying to get in bed, particularly for casual sex, to one degree or another, they're bullshitting them. They're dishonest to some degree. They're disingenuous to some degree. They're misleading and manipulative to some degree. When I talk to women, I tell them exactly what's on my fucking mind. So if what's on my mind is that I want them to suck my dick, I say, hey, Linda, I want you to suck my dick. I don't bullshit. I don't try to say, hey, the weather was nice. And how was your college days? And hey, what's the last good book you read? I say, no, Linda, my name is Alan. I want to get together with you within the next week or so you can suck my dick.
Cap. Man, you cap.
And that ain't got shit to do with being light skinned, ain't got shit to do with being
so you telling me,
ARC, real quick, hold on, Joe. Now, do you see the problem? How when you say it's not about sex,
it's
but when the example you just
at the same time,
I could be being authentic about telling a woman I don't want to have sex with her. I could be authentic about telling a woman that I don't want to talk about her high school biography or her college biography. So it ain't always, most of the time, yeah, if I'm attracted to a woman, yeah, ultimately it is going to be about sex. But generally, you could be Mo One. Like on this, a lot of your panels, motherfuckers. Well, a lot of actually I was going to say Mo One, but a lot of guys.
Mr. Curry, you telling me the first time you meet a girl, you say that off rip within the first few minutes of meeting her.
Oh, nigga, if you don't know about my stories, bro, you need to.
Don't get started.
I ain't scared
to
say shit no woman.
You know what, ARC? You just got 2 sales. I just got your book in paperback and audio.
You said what?
You just got 2 sales. I just bought your book in paperback and audio, so I'm doing both.
Oh, well, okay.
Just so you can stop that shit.
I appreciate that.
Do a review of it.
I am gonna do a review of it.
I'm doing a review. That's one.
Okay, well, wait till I'm done, and then we'll do it together.
All right. I don't know if that's gonna be interesting.
Shit frustrating as hell, man.
That's gonna be interesting if we do it together.
Yeah, that's
all right. Ben, you got it, Ben. Let's go.
Yes,
we're gonna talk about culture and other cultures and whether or not all this gotta have a game stuff is needed when it comes to non-Western cultures and all.
Oh shit, Bernard! Before you do that, can I just say something real quick? Because I want to answer BGS's question about
very briefly, because Ben
very briefly. So BGS said expand the conversation. I thought this was basically an expansion of the conversation because it's game versus culture. So one of the things I was talking about was like when you do a game as far as like talking to chicks, you basically trying to learn to speak bitchinese. Like when niggas walk up and they lower their register, they be more vague, they try to match her level of comfort, all this other shit. They're trying to communicate like a bitch to get a bitch. That's really what it is. And a lot of game niggas, no, not Mo One is not that. So I never even. This is why I say I never even said anything about your books and shit like that. I just be talking about shit in general, like in general. But again, like this is what niggas do. They walk up with the "Hey ma, how you doing?"
Is this brief?
And all of this other shit.
This brief? The brother's waiting, man.
That's it.
All right, go ahead, Ben. You got it.
All right, thanks.
BGS ain't want to lose.
Well, hey,
lose what?
Do you need a level of savviness, social savviness to navigate in this world? Yes, you do. But the difference between culture. Come on, can somebody mute up?
Somebody, who is that? West Coast African. I forgot your name, but yeah. Okay, you muted. Cool. Thank you.
All right. Like I said, we do need a level of social savviness to navigate in this world. But the difference between game and culture in the context of Black America, game is the equivalent of going to your local middle school football field and drawing up a play in the dirt, as opposed to culture being a fine-tuned NFL offense. You know what I mean? Now, if let's say the Kansas City Chiefs, when Patrick Mahomes comes to the line, he's not gonna run every play that Coach Reed scripts. Sometimes there's some need for adaptation, so he may call a audible at the line, which can be construed in the social context as being socially savvy. So yeah, you do need to be socially savvy, but the way black people talk about game, it's the equivalent of just you're scoring touchdowns for nothing. You're just trying to get a bitch and knock a bitch. When other cultures, they got the structure set up to proliferate their family and their genes.
I don't. With all respect, here's how I look at it. Y'all might have your own perceptions, but
can you speak to what I just said, brother?
Well, here's why I talk about culture in my books. I more so refer to it as social programming and cultural conditioning. Mm-hmm. And here's the thing. I'll give a simple example. Let's say we lived in a social environment where women from the time they were preteens were socially programmed to engage in promiscuous behavior without any fear of judgment or scrutiny. Then realistically, guys wouldn't have to have much verbal game because women would be conditioned to just give in to their most raw sexual desires without problem. But we live in a Judeo-Christian society, and generally speaking, even though we've evolved in the 21st century, most women are socialized by their mothers and or fathers or both to not engage in short-term, non-monogamous casual sex for fear of being slut shamed and for fear that they might lose out on getting a husband.
Charles, hold on.
Why is that Merchant? You disagree with that?
Bro, have you seen my generation? Bro, the girls have a 50% herpes rate. Bro, what?
One at a time.
Charles Merchant said in the chat.
When I went to the car lot to get my car, bro.
Charles Merchant said in the chat that game has checks and balances. Culture has checks and balances, and game is wild and just loose and whatnot. To bring it back to my sandlot football and my professional football analogy, and professional football being the i.e. culture metaphor, there is checks and balances. A lineman can't just go out there and play wide receiver, and a quarterback can't just go out there and play DB. No, you have to play your position that you are qualified and you are assigned. In the sandlot concept, which is the black culture's game concept, you go to your local middle school football field and you got fat, slow motherfuckers that want to get out there and run routes. So that's what I gotta say.
That analogy.
I don't necessarily understand the analogy either, but thank you for the super chat. He says Zero about to get gamed up. Welcome to the family.
Bernard, can I say this real quick?
Yeah, no, I was about to pass to you next. You got the mic. This is can't even see your name. Oh, there you go. West Coast African. What's going on?
What's going on, family?
Welcome.
Peace to the family. Peace to the panel in the chat. So, here's my take on it. Culture dictates game, and what I mean by that is game is simply a tool. It's a mechanism, and you acquiring whatever you're trying to acquire. In this context, we're talking about dealing with women. Excuse me. There's different types of game for different types of women, depending on her social economic class, depending on her environment. And it varies. Now, typically when this conversation is brought up, particularly in the black community, it's focused more so on the street game or the pimp game or the player game as we see it. And I think that it's a lot more broad than that. You're not going to knock certain females, or the manner in which you would knock a female in one social economic class is going to be different in how you would do it for another. But the principle still remains the same in regards of the necessity of game. I think it was touched on briefly that just because you're pretty, just because you have the looks doesn't necessarily mean that you have game, because you can easily be a pretty boy who gets girls because of your physicality, but you may not know what and how to handle said woman in the situation. And so you're basically left to your tools of your devices. it's definitely a factor when it comes to looks and things of that nature. That may give you a boost, but that doesn't necessitate game. Going back to what Alan Roger Curry was saying, as far as mode 1 and the manner in which you speak to women and how you're dealing with women, it cuts out all of the BS that a lot of people who are not privy to game or who end up getting taken advantage of with all of this small talk and all of these like alternative ways of talking around what your actual desires are. So then you can avoid being heartbroken and being left to the basically the fangs of the woman. And so once we understand that and put it in the context of what the actual tool and focus of what game is in relation to culture, we can add some nuance to it. The talking points as we see them now can be expanded upon and it can be put in its proper perspective. So it's not so polarized where, well, you just need to have game and blah 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 so you can get females, or females should act this way, when really it's a marriage of the two, and it is a checks and balance of the game, because females know when you're bullshitting or know when you do a whole bunch of small talk, but they know you want to smash, and the way that so and basically Alan Roger Curry in his book is telling you how to avoid that. Now the question is, even if you want to take that direct approach, do you have the confidence enough to accept rejection, which comes with being direct? Right. So you have two models, or you have two ways of doing it. You can be indirect if you want, but your chances, depending on your factor, depending on who you trying to holler at, what your looks are looking like, what your position is looking like, she may or may not accept your bullshit. And if those other things don't like tick off on those check marks, you're gonna get taken advantage of. So when you go direct, which is why the beauty of it is it gets to the result, or it gets to the point of whatever you're trying to get to, without none of the frills. So that's my take. I think that game dictates culture depending on the type of woman that you're dealing with. And in regards to game, it's used simply as a mechanism because it expands far beyond just women. And it's really based and it's dependent on the culture. Because in fact, I'll leave it at that.
Gotcha.
Can I say something real quick?
Dollar Washer, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. He says we don't need game right now. We need economic development. These hoes can wait. Thank you for the super chat.
Economics is game. talk to business people.
Exactly.
Economics is game. We sell and buy and all the stuff that's going on right now. This is all game, boss. Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
All right, we're gonna go.
That's not game in the Black American context. American context, it's about finesse.
I got it.
That's
you
what
keep
game
narrowing it.
is
You keep
in
narrowing
Black
it down. We keep narrowing it down. We're trying to expand it. We're trying to expand it.
Let me finesse this chick. Let me finesse.
That was something that ARC said.
Can I say something real quick?
That's not true. That is not true. That ain't true. That ain't true.
That's what game is
that
in
ain't
the
true.
context
Now,
of Black America.
That's not
now,
true.
when you talk about business savvy,
all right,
business savvy, yes, but
all
game
right.
no.
Can I say something real quick?
SKC, what you was about to say about ARC and game and ARC says something about culture.
Yeah,
you about to try to play gotcha with ARC. You about to talk? Go ahead. I'll let you.
ARC said this thing about culture and conditioning and the thought of, well, the only reason that people have the thought patterns that they do is because they have basically been conditioned within this culture or whatnot. That's a fair argument to make, but it's very short-sighted because it doesn't take into consideration that we aren't the first people here. There have been millions upon billions of people that have came before us, and we got to this point for a reason. The whole idea of a society where the women just run wild and everybody's just screwing them, it doesn't work. You can't build a functional society on that template. So that's why as the population increased, people had to add in certain checks and balances and so forth in order to build some type of stability.
But
and
look what happened.
Let him finish.
What talking about is moving back to an unstable society, and that's, I think, is what you're not understanding with this whole idea of, well, if we were just living in a culture where people weren't socialized to where the women weren't socialized just to open up and just screw anybody they want, and where they weren't shamed for it. Okay, well then our whole society will be screwed as well.
No. You misinterpreted something I said. I didn't necessarily say I endorsed that. So I didn't make a judgment call on it. I just said what is. Well, I got to ask about one of my books. Have you read my book, The Beta Male Revolution?
Oh Lord! Oh Lord! Here we go.
Because I touch on a lot of what your commentary relates to my book. Here's the simple deal, man. You're saying that a society where everybody's promiscuous would eventually be detrimental, and I would
name one that worked.
But here's the problem.
Name one that
worked.
worked.
Half of the 20th century, we were all about monogamy, and that shit didn't work.
It worked so well that you're here and you're here as a black person able to make money off the internet. That's how well it works.
So the second wave of feminism, the shit didn't work.
That is how well it worked.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
SKC, are you saying that the society right now is out of control?
I don't understand who are you asking?
Are you saying SKC?
With ARC?
I know. I'm asking you a question. It's open because you guys jump in on all the time. I'm asking you a question. I want clarification. Are you saying that the society that's going on right now is out of control? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is when ARC says it didn't work, how can you say it didn't work when you're the product of a 2-parent family that puts you in a top 10 university in this country?
I didn't say it didn't work for anybody.
He's everything at the same time.
No, here's what I'm saying is that the main reason why you had, among other factors, the biggest reason, or one of the biggest reasons why you had the second wave of feminism is because for women, even more so than men, for women, that society was not working specifically because a lot of women were being forced to marry guys that they were not physically and sexually attracted to. Because in the early days,
let him finish.
Were dictating who their daughters married. If you were a daughter back in, say, the early part of the 20th century, if your father vetoed a guy, then you had to choose a guy to his approval, with the exception if you chose to what's known as eloping. You don't even hear that term anymore. There was one option called eloping. But other than eloping, which meant you got married defying your parents' approval, generally fathers said, you can only marry a guy that I approve of. And a lot of women, starting with the 40s and 50s, basically said, fuck that. This is my body, my choice.
And look at the result. Look at the result.
I have a question to ask you. I have a question to ask you.
One at a time. SKC. You guys talking?
I'm gonna let SKC go.
All right.
I just have to put
it. That was your point of saying that. So that was your point of saying that it didn't work. All while every book that you produced, everything that you've been able to accomplish in your life comes off the back of 2 individuals that did it the traditional way.
And your point is what?
The point is, if it didn't work, you wouldn't be here.
I disagree with that.
No, I think what's more important is what ARC is defining.
He argued about zero, something different. I remember that.
Can you get one at a time?
I remember that.
One at a time.
I gotta shorten the panel.
Let the host please speak.
Damn. All right. I think the problem was what's being said is that what ARC defined as not working. If you're saying the society wasn't working because women who had a man to take care of them got bored, like I can't say that that's a society that's not working. That's women who in a place, that's women being in a place of privilege due to a society that functions so well that they don't have to work and they can sit home.
See the difference in SKC bringing in my parents were genuinely attracted to each other. That's the biggest thing that's different. They were genuinely attracted to each other. And for couples that they were genuinely attracted, that's a different thing. I have no criticism of those 2-parent families, but I'm saying even another woman outside of me, if anybody on this panel is familiar, this white woman named Cassie J, she did a movie called The Red Pill documentary. And she touched on that briefly in her documentary. She said, before the change of feminism, there were a lot of women who were in unhappy marriages because their father had basically bullied them into marrying a guy that they weren't physically or sexually attracted to.
And why is that
ARC,
your fight?
hold on. SKC, let me ask ARC
why is
this
that
question
your
real
fight?
quick.
The only reason that is your fight is because of the lifestyle that you want to live of having.
What's the lifestyle I want to live?
as many people as possible.
What's the lifestyle I want to live?
Generally liking those women.
SKC, what's the lifestyle?
Start over. Hold on. I want SKC to start over because Ben was talking. I want to make sure everybody heard SKC's question because I think it was a real good question. Start over from the beginning.
The only thing I was saying is why is that your fight, ARC? You're not generally interested in those women having these functional relationships with whoever they want to be with or whatnot. You are interested in it because it gets your penis wet. Be truthful about it.
Don't pass judgment on me. You don't know me. You don't know my life, nigga. I'm engaged to be married. What the fuck are you talking about,
bro? Can y'all stop getting y'all emotions, bro? Just talk, bro. Get out y'all feelings.
Nobody pass the judgment on me. Don't. Nobody none of these niggas on this panel ain't never broke bread with me in real life. So don't act like you know me in real life because you don't.
Can we continue the conversation and stop getting our feelings, bro?
Can I ask you a question? Now you said earlier that women were the previous system didn't work because women were in unhappy marriages because they had hold on, okay. Stop. Because they had to marry men that they weren't sexually attracted to. True. Now with that said, tell me which is a woman's more primary need. Number one, either or. You can't say both, either or. Her sexual needs being met or her provisions and her safety being met.
Well, see, you walk right into my discussion in my book.
A or B, sir. No, sir. A or B.
Involve women get more career opportunities because when women get their own money, that gives them the freedom to fuck who they really want to fuck.
You didn't answer my question.
Their money, they gotta fuck whoever gonna take care of them. But when they get their own money,
answer my question.
They want to fuck.
But even then, in today's society, they still file for 80% of the divorces get into fuck who they want. So I'm like, it's no solution with that, you know. So I don't think that we can say society wasn't working because women wasn't happy with who they married. They still ain't happy with who they married. They're not going to be happy. So if we go
wait
back,
a minute.
Are people telling me on this panel that society in the 1940s and 1950s was perfect? Is that what you're telling me?
It was better than what we have now.
Hold on. Been a perfect society.
You still didn't answer.
You guys can all talk at once.
There's
never all talk at once.
So what are you talking about? He didn't answer my question.
What's the question?
Which one is more needy for
well,
woman?
To me,
her
that's
sexual gratification. Hold on. Her sexual gratification is being met. No, we're talking about the previous. We're not talking about today. We're not talking about post-feminism, the women's rights movement in the 60s. We're talking about 30s, 40s, and 50s. We're talking about the previous system. Which one is better? Her sexual gratifications being met or her provisions and safety being met? Which one? You still didn't answer that.
To survive, of course you're gonna go for
provisions and safety.
Provisions and safety. So why would you poo-poo the previous system by saying, well, yeah, that's
because if a woman ain't satisfied sexually, she gonna cheat. Facts. Period.
And they did.
Yeah. Right. So the real question is, what's a more effective society? Having a blue pill construct where women are exclusively put in a position where you have to marry a man based off of economics, and then they go out and they do what they do on the low, or women having sexual freedom to choose who they want, and you basically have to get it how you live.
Yeah. Let's get down to what is the real basis, real number one influence on any culture? What's the biggest influence?
Environment.
Your environment. What happened after World War II? What changed? The environment. The environment changes, your culture is going to change. So naturally, you're going to get the second wave feminism. You're going to have independent females because guess what? They do not need you anymore for their provision and their lifestyle anymore. Just like ARC was saying. So if they weren't happy in a former thing that they had to, because the environment had to get married to a dude that they didn't like, and they didn't like it all along. When the environment changed, guess what they're going to do?
They're gonna change.
They're gonna
But
change.
BGS,
They're gonna change. That's which is exactly what they did.
So
that
this is
flies
so
that
so
flies
so this is so
that
so this
flies
is
right
the
into the face. Hold on, just real quick. That
Go ahead.
flies right into the face of what's being said today, where many female influencers are saying, "Don't call me strong and independent." That is a derogatory term. So even though they did get the jobs and they did get a chance to get out here and kill it, we're seeing today that strong and independent is not really what they want.
Why are they saying it today when 10 years ago they didn't say it? Why are they saying it now? What changed?
COVID-19.
The environment.
In other words, the environment changed because the economic environment that they were previously under for the past 50 years changed. Did it not?
Right.
This is not rocket science.
So my question to the panelists is: now that you understand female nature, now that it's been discussed, with the environment changing, because we know that is that's the dependent factor. Is it worth getting into marriage for
No.
men wholesale for men wholesale to get into marriage, knowing that for most women, they're not going to be pairing up with men in regards to sexual desire. They're going to be pairing up based off of financial need, going back to the original construct that was in place before, where women were really getting married out of necessity for provisions instead of sexual desire, because those desires aren't going to go
the
away.
women too far. Can I go?
Go ahead, Joe.
All right. To answer your question, bro, I mean, even if they did go back, I don't think it would be a good idea for dudes to start marrying them, because they too far gone, bro. You can't. Okay, we'll go back. We'll go back in the day and stuff like that when they actually had to listen to a man and work up under man and stuff like that. Now you could say they did what they did on the side and stuff like that, but it was some type of order. Like right now, bro, they done been in chaos for so long. I think even if we did go back to that construct, you still gonna have some. We use some black couples for example. You still gonna that man can do whatever it takes to take care of the house. She gonna complain about something or have something to be upset about. Or since we all red pill now, we know they gonna go to another dude who don't have shit to get off because the dude they with ain't getting them off. So it's like still a lose-lose situation. So I say let that shit burn. Let it burn.
What would happen? What would happen if the laws were changed and the legal environment was changed as far as marriage, where a chick got married, go back to where the father gets the kids, and if the chick want to get divorced, she can walk with nothing. Would that change? Would that change men get married?
Oh, men will start getting married more.
Exactly.
They'll take that risk.
It goes back to what I just said, the environment. You change the environment, you change the people.
BGS, let me speak to that. Let me speak to that. Now, as far as the game versus culture thing, culture is a sub environment. Changes the environment in the household. You get several households that are on that same cultural wavelength, and you got a community with an environment. Now you got environments within an environment. So you're talking about legislation. No, if we can change the culture on the grassroots level with the people, each household getting on the same accord, then yes, they will change. It's just not about legislation and economics and whatnot. Each household band together and they change, then
So in other words, let me ask you a question, man. So if 80% of the women all of a sudden after 20 years decide they want to leave and they legally have a way to do it with your money, I don't care what your internal environment is. The external environment says I can book with your money because I'm not happy with you.
And you know why they did that? Because they had a lot of bitch ass mamas that enabled them, and they had a lot of weak fathers who coddled them and enabled them to do so and treated their daughters like little princesses, even though they were hell on wheels. They came from a weak environment. They came from a dysfunctional environment. So when they had the ability to go left, of course they're gonna go left. But in other cultures, hold on real quick, in other sound cultures, in other sound cultures, a woman that has the legal ability to do that, they're not necessarily going to do that because they have a sub environment, which being their family and their extended family. That's gonna the Caribbean, in Africa. We just hold on. We just talked to Hammer. We just talked to Hammer yesterday. What did Hammer say?
In Africa,
Hammer said no. Real quick, Hammer said.
Wait.
Hammer
we got what Hammer just said. BGS is responding to what was said. So
in other words, In other words, everybody, and I've been to the continent. I have a whole bunch of subs that come from the continent. They say the exact same thing. Okay, basically, if the woman wants to get divorced, she can walk, but they keep the kids and they send her back to her family with nothing.
And so is her family, and in some situations, her family liable to send her ass back to the husband.
Beat her ass and get back to the husband because
that's why.
Back there with nothing.
So
that's why I said, hold on, Ben. That's why I said in my opening.
Her ass up.
That's why I said in my opening, she gonna come crawling back on her knees, naked and hungry, to that damn husband.
To that husband.
Because,
why? Because the law, because the social environment, the environment that they live in is different. In the Western environment, it's not that way, boss. Legally, there's no such thing as no fault divorce on the continent of Africa, boss.
Right. You do have certain pockets here of sound culture who do operate in the old fashioned up under this current legislation. Yes, you do. It's not absolute. It's not every single peoples from a sound culture who come over here get absolutely corrupted. Amen. No, that's not the case. You do have some people from some sound cultures who come over here and they keep that shit intact. Do they have some daughters and some sons that stray the path? Of course, that's just gonna happen.
A lot of African brothers coming over here getting divorced, man.
Okay, whatever. But just to speak in absolutes, that's just ridiculous.
Well, speaking in absolute, man, I agree with you in that statement. And again, referring to my book, that's the thing I say to the latter end of my book, The Beta Male Revolution, is that I hear too many people on panels that almost are suggesting that there should be a one-size-fits-all type of relationship. And this is why I was giving SKC so much blowback. He seems to think I'm pro promiscuity. I'm not pro promiscuity. I believe we've evolved to a society that there is no one relationship that you can say is going to work for everybody. A traditional marriage ain't going to work for everybody, but that's not to say it won't work for some people. Promiscuity ain't going to work for everybody, but that's not to say it won't work for some people. Polyamorous relationships won't work for everybody, but that's not to say it won't work for some people. Basically, what we have now is a smorgasbord buffet of different type of relationships. And all I'm about is people being upfront, specific, and straightforwardly honest about what type of relationship they really want. Don't be pretending like you are down for a monogamous relationship when you know you really want a non-monogamous relationship.
Now, how many girls say that's what they want and do the exact opposite?
You said what?
How many girls say that's what they want, but they do the exact opposite?
Of course, there's going to be a high percentage of women that are full of shit. That's why you can't.
Now, with that being said, with that being said, Mrs. Curry, let me ask you this:
open the door for women to be full of shit. That's what most men don't understand. When you full of shit, you automatically open the door for women to be. See, the way I can prevent women from being full of shit is that I'm not full of shit. I'm an authentic motherfucker. So it's extremely, I ain't gonna say 100% impossible, but it's as close to impossible for a woman to be full of shit with me because I'm just ultra authentic. I'm gonna bring the real out of a woman. I'm gonna bring the real out of her.
All right.
What about for the guys who actually about something and they tell a girl, oh, I like you, such and such, I'm gonna treat you good, treat you right. He actually doing that and he get done dirty. See what we misconstruing. Like I agree with what you said. A lot of
this goes back to game. If you've experienced with women, if you've had so many experiences with women, you'll begin to see certain patterns. Like I can pick out a highly manipulative woman in a room, just sometimes just by looking at her. The way she uses her eyes, the way she talks. Most women who are full of shit, they have common denominator patterns in their body language, their behavior. I particularly like when I was in Los Angeles, and that's, I want to say BGS neck of the woods. When I lived in Los Angeles for 6.5 years, man, there was so many manipulative, gold digging type women.
That's true.
But I could just look at it and say, okay, that woman's a manipulative gold digger type.
I like that spin move there, ARC. I like that one.
What's the spin move?
Listen, what I wanted to get this back into, and maybe we'll circle back to whatever you, no pun intended, circle back to that, whatever you thought was a spin move. I didn't catch it, but I wanted to go to Zero. We was talking about culture for a while, and we had kind of moved off from game, and we was talking about culture. So I wanted to get Zero in on this before we went back to individual game in America. Zero, did you want to comment on something that he's talking about the larger cultural issues and problems and whatnot when it comes to this?
No, I think they kind of expounded on that. I mean, larger cultural issues is out of the control of and out of the scope of this conversation as far as when it comes to just like game and shit. I mean, you can't use game against like today's modern woman, because the thing is, you need leverage and you need incentive. You don't have either. Women have everything they can get from feminism. So
when you say you can't use game, I take it you're not talking about for getting short-term results.
Right. Now, I mean, if we're talking about short-term results, okay, I'll refund it. So in the way of communication styles, there's all kinds of ways to communicate, verbal and nonverbal. Verbal includes like mouthpiece, which is a manner of speaking, projection of sincerity, vocal cadence, delivery, wordplay, and all the rest of that shit. So I'd include gesturing, because gesturing can emphasize what you're speaking on, while you're talking. Nonverbal stuff, literally everything else, including ineffable traits like charisma, visible traits like looks, tangible attributes like status, money, looks as well. That will be a tangible attribute and a visible trait. In the way of obvious physical and tangible characteristics, the thing is, the game niggas remove all other attributes and just reduce it down to mouthpiece. They don't consider.
Bro, I literally just told.
Continue, Zero.
All right, so and this is the problem. Like this is the conversation that's been had in the black sector of the manosphere when it comes to game. The removal of all other attributes and reducing it down to just mouthpiece. That shit doesn't work. So they routinely dismiss any pushback and start to add homonyms and of like broken families and all the rest of that shit, and nigga tales of extraordinary circumstance, the underdog hope story. And then if you all paying attention, there's just niggas hopping from one argument to the next and applying shit that's completely out of the scope of the conversation just to do a spin move. So they ain't got to like have any pushback on that shit. So that's pretty much the problem I have with it. I don't disagree with game. Like, I mean, you have to use it. I said in the beginning, you have to have a level of it, but you have to consider all of the factors. You can't go in unarmed. You have to use everything you have versus letting motherfuckers convince you all you got to do is go in there and alpha your way through it or fucking mouthpiece your way through it. They ain't gonna work. Understand what you up against and apply your fucking strategy.
Yeah. Well, when you say, I think you lose some people, because when you say understand what you up against, you talking about the larger issue. If you move a chick into your house, you got kids wired by her, you can fuck around.
No, it could even be the initial like go for it. Like if you're trying to talk to a chick, understand your chances, understand your odds. Like, for instance, if you evaluate your competition in a club and shit, go for it. Just be armed with information. Don't just go in blind. That'd be my whole thing about it. But like I said, the game niggas will tell a motherfucker, just go in with this one thing. Don't consider anything else. That's the problem I have. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand. And check your email by the way. I respond because me and you was talking about getting something set up. I emailed you. I don't know if you saw it, so check your email.
I did. I wrote you back.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I wrote to you, then you wrote back, then I wrote back again. Did you get my right back again?
Let me check.
So
just go ahead.
But ain't game the whole concept of the red pill in the first place?
Zero.
But,
yeah.
Oh, good. We got
an environment with one thing.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
I said, isn't the whole concept of the red pill game anyway? Like, what do you come to the red pill for in the first place?
Red pill don't mean shit no more.
So Zero, what I was
evidently it still does. We still doing it.
You said
red pill just mean you woke up and it's like, congratulations, nigga. You know how shit is. Now what you gonna do?
And what are you trying to learn how to do when you discover the red pill?
Yeah.
You just realize how shit is. It don't mean you made a decision. It's just realization.
The concept being, hold
on. He being disingenuous.
Wait a minute. The concept of being red pill aware is not talked about enough. You could be red pill aware and understand the reality of things, but you may not be necessarily in position to live that type of so-called red pill life that you think you're supposed to be living. But you are aware of shit.
Mr. Bernard,
that's what it is. BGS was trying to say something.
Don't dudes apply the strategies that they learn to use them when they talk to girls though.
You're talking about game and pickup and all of that. If you're talking about applying strategies. Red pill is something completely different.
Red pill is the MRAs, is which was so-called MGTOWs of the woke life, Idmores, and the pickup artists, and it's still there. Basically, you go over to the MGTOW channels with the Coach Greg Adams. Okay, it's still alive. It's still alive and kicking and expanding. It hasn't gone anywhere.
All right, Caesar D1 came through heavy-handed with the super chat again. We can't shout out Caesar D1 enough. He supports the Black Manosphere more than it's probably others, but more than anybody that I've seen. Caesar D1 contribute to all the content creators be coming through heavy-handed with very sizable super chats, and we appreciate that. Shout out to you. He says, Ados and his bitch, salute Bernard and panel, great shows as always. Dollar Washer came through. He said, for Black men that want traditional marriage, go seek women that are cultured. The rest can use game for these reptiles.
I agree. I agree. I can agree with that.
I definitely confer with that.
Black no, that was MOT all day. Black Uru Strikes says, I thought he said
many.
Many. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Many husbands and fathers made weak by the law. Called the no-fault divorce in 1970s. All of a sudden, half your marriages disappeared in the next 5 years. Yep. So it is what it is.
I wasn't talking about that because he referred that to me. I didn't. I'm talking about weak fathers raising their daughters to be princesses and to be these entitled bitches that we have to deal with today.
So what happened before 1970?
That's what I was speaking about. That's what I was speaking about. I wasn't speaking about the laws breaking a man. No, if you got broke by the law, you just got broke by the law. But if you sit up here and you just give you give your daughter,
you're conflating two different things. You're conflating two different things.
You give your daughter an entitlement complex, and you give her a princess complex, then you send her out in the world. Then yes, you are a weak man.
Wait. Nah, what are you talking about, man? Time out, man.
I'm about to answer you. I'm about to tell you what.
Okay.
If you didn't teach your daughter, if you didn't teach your daughter to be a submissive and feminine woman and make sandwiches for her husband, then you're a weak man.
What? How about 1972 Title IX and the feminist school system? Where you have to put your daughters and your sons, who are also made feminists, into that school system. What about them? They have no influence.
Yep.
Along with the laws and all the other stuff that goes along with it, they have no influence.
So you just gonna throw your hands up in the sky and say, like Marvin Gaye,
I ain't gonna throw my hands
up. It's about acknowledging.
Hold on. You gotta understand, a child has more influence.
It's about acknowledging what it is. It's about acknowledging. It's about acknowledging what is. It's not about throwing in the towel and all this other like feminine bullshit talking point. Like,
brother, I already acknowledged what is.
No, you haven't.
No, you haven't. No,
you haven't.
Because you put it. You put an assumption that
quiet.
No.
Be quiet.
Hold on. Time out. We heard what you said.
Now BGS said something, and I'm about to respond.
No. We heard what you said. So you're putting an assumption that fathers that you're putting an assumption that.
All right.
Hey Bernard. I'll hop off, bro. I think Obsidian wants the link. Shout out to y'all.
You can take my place. I'm gone.
All right, thanks, BGS. Appreciate you coming up. I think Jedi Max into Cash App, and I appreciate that. I'm sorry, I did see somebody trying to get in. I couldn't tell who.
Bernard,
real quick.
Before they suck y'all, cut me off.
Ty City, hold on, real quick. Ty City, you've been saying that Black Manosphere is a blue pill space. That sounds like a good one-on-one. Contact me or I'll contact you if you're down. You can make your case as to why the Black Manosphere is a blue pill space. That'd be a good conversation. We'll try to set that up if you're down. David Johnson says, I used to think nature couldn't be tampered with, but the social engineering used to switch the natural mindsets, roles, and behaviors of the Black community has proven that nature can be altered. Thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. And also, Mr. Chain Vicious came through again. He said these trad cons, that's traditional conservatives, for those that don't know, are as delusional as the hoteps and more annoying than social justice warriors. I can't go with that. because the traditional conservatives, they're at least fighting a good fight. So that's why I can't go with that. but it can be some delusional ones. I will give you that all day.
Yeah, but there's
speak to-
definitely some delusional ones. Because see, I did a video back in
Can I
2017.
finish my point real quick?
Okay,
ARC?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Just real quick, and I'm gonna let it go. To get back to my point, when I was addressing BGS for that suck cut me off. I'm not saying that the school system or the Prussian school system that he speaks about didn't have an impact on the families. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that the laws and whatnot and the legislations didn't have an effect on the families and black men. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is in the household, in the base household, yes, if you're just going to throw your hands up and say, well, there's nothing we can do because we got to send both our sons and our daughters to these feminist institutions, then, it is what it is. No, nigga, you got to put your motherfucking hands in the soil and make sure that you lead your son and your daughters down the right path. Your sons need to be productive and your daughters need to be submissive and make sandwiches.
Okay,
Hey,
I
Ben.
don't think, in BGS's defense, I don't think he was saying it's nothing you can do. I think he was saying that
he was insinuating it.
That's one interpretation, but another interpretation of it is he was saying that if that is in place, there's going to be an increased percentage chance that more people in a society and a culture will go down the wrong path. I
don't disagree with that. I don't disagree.
Yeah, I think if BGS had time to flesh all his ideas all the way, I think that's what he would be saying. But you have to be a serious lack of personal responsibility person to say it's nothing I can do because of A, B, C, and D. I don't let nobody get away with that one. That is nothing that I can do. But anyway,
Here's what I was going to say.
Go ahead, ARC.
Well, speaking of BGS, he'll remember one of the first times, because me and BGS met on Obsidian's Blog Talk radio show. And we had always had a high degree of mutual respect. But the first time we ran into a philosophical difference, I wouldn't call it a beef, but just a philosophical difference, is I did this video in 2017 where I said, as much as you people want to believe we can do this, we are never going back to the lifestyle we had before the 1960s. Now, that's not to say that you can't have individual couples choosing to live by quote unquote traditional values. I'm not saying that that's impossible, but I'm saying in society as a whole, we ain't never going back there. And I don't understand why people even try to. So to that guy, Super Chat, forget who it was, who qualified Tradcons as somewhat delusional. I at least halfway agree with that, because you got a lot of people keep talking like they want us to get in a time machine and go back to the 1950s. And I'm basically saying to people, that shit ain't going to happen unless there's some major reset that I can't see coming.
Yeah,
ARC, this
a major cultural
It would have
change.
to be a major fucking reset in this society for us to go back to the way things were in the night. And as a black person, I don't want to go back to the 1940s, 1950s. Fuck
ARC, this the thing though. This the thing. Like what everything you said was, I'm honestly say it was accurate as far as like the traditional stuff. We probably 9 times out of 10 we never getting that back. But this the thing. The way the culture is promoting being the whole, you know what I'm saying, being the wannabe street nigga and all that type of shit is leading the black community on a one-way course to hell. Like, we stay talking about what we can do to make the community better, change the culture, change the narrative and all this, but it's so few of us that actually want to do that. When the majority of your people, hold on, when the majority of your people is focused on being a failure or finessing somebody or just being an ain't shit person in general, you can't build off of that. What this is my thing, because I care about my people like a lot. Like, I don't want to see the black community just be shit forever. But I think it's just to a point now where people who still look at old school traditional things, we don't want that to actually come to fruition. Now we can keep talking about it, and I get that, but it's just like the way it's going, it's just gonna continue to get worse. Like I said earlier, you got the women with a 50% herpes rate, 80% out of wedlock birth. Like it's too much shit. Hold on. It's too much shit that, like, I'm 21, bro. I see this shit. Who the fuck want to deal with a woman that got a 50% chance of getting herpes? Like, my gal black, and when I see the stuff that these gals say about how black dudes ain't shit or we ain't do this, we ain't do that, I'm just looking like, bro, you got a lot of dudes who gonna say fuck that, I'm gonna go somewhere else and give me another bitch of a different culture, bro. Now, and with that being said, the black community is gonna eventually be weeded out. They said by the year 2050, majority of the U.S. is gonna be mixed people, bro. It's not gonna be, you know what I mean? It's not gonna be just a culture of people. It's gonna be mixed people.
So
now,
if you were
that's the type of time we on now.
So what's your name, Joe?
Yeah.
Joe.
Okay, Joe. If let's say hypothetically, I really don't like to deal with hypotheticals, but for this argument's sake, let's say somebody puts you in the role of the major thought leader and influencer of Black society for at least a month. Give me 3 ideal objectives you would want to see modified that you think would benefit Black community as a whole. Like it sounds like you saying one of your objectives would be Black men and Black women should stop engaging in sex outside the context of marriage. Is that right or
No,
wrong?
not even that. Not even that, because you're gonna always have people that go against the grain and be promiscuous. But what I'm saying is just like as far as promoting being a hoe and shit like that. Like you like I would want like Mr. Bernard at the panel the other day, it was Black women complaining that they weren't looked at as video hoes. Like stuff like that. Why would I would start the conversation like, why would you want to be viewed as a video hoe in the first place? Why would you want to be perceived in a negative light? And with the dudes, for example, like Black men, did you know that Black men had the lowest like reading education level in the United States of America? Like we stay talking about what Black men should do, but we never actually talk about how we need to implement things or change things to actually get stuff started to where, like, okay, if you got a son, instead of just sending you to basketball practice after school, I need to see what class you fail in. I'm gonna school you. I'm gonna teach you how to read so you can read on your level. Like we always talking about what we need to do, but how many people actually going to the extent of actually doing it?
Well,
and the last thing I would do, hold on. The third thing I would do is I would talk about how we got a culture of promoting hating on the next man and how he ain't shit. Like something I hate about the Black community, we get outraged when a white person kill a Black person, but we never had that same energy when a nigga kill another nigga. That pisses me off. We so focused on what everybody else do, trying to play the victim and shit. We never talk about what we as a people need to actually do for ourselves and how we can implement a change. That's what I would.
All right.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you. Here's the area I did my part in that second talking point you had is that before I became a full-time book author and dating coach, I was a mentor at a university for young Black men and young Hispanic men. And we had a lot of open, frank discussions about their goals, their objectives, and how the community is either enhancing their ability to achieve their goals or preventing their ability to achieve their goals. And so I would encourage more discussions of that nature, even if you don't work in that professional capacity, to take place. But, you know, I hate to use old worn out cliches, but it starts with you got to be the change you want to see. I hear a lot of people, not particularly talking about you, Joe, but I hear a lot of people that be talking about this needs to change and or improve, but the changes and or improvements they're recommending, they're not even making those changes or improvements themselves. So it's like, what are you talking about? Could
you elaborate on those changes that they're not making?
Okay, like I've heard people on different Black panels talk about, well, we need to have more nuclear families, but then in the same breath say, I ain't never getting married and having no children. I ain't never getting married and having no children. But yet they're talking about we need to have more nuclear families. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's a petty cheap shot.
I say, you talking about something that you ain't about. You ain't.
Right.
This the thing. Can I go?
You're gonna. I want to switch gears a little bit because we got a Hammer in the building. I do want to hear Obsidian and Ed. Damn, what happened to Ed? I do want to hear Obsidian and Ed's take on this conversation, but Hammer is part of the reason for this conversation. He was a young brother I mentioned in the opening diatribe who was on the show and had a situation where he was talking about getting married, getting married back home in Cameroon and more of an arranged marriage, so to speak, and whatnot, and it caused an uproar and how he need to get the game and all of that. But anyway, yeah, go ahead, Hammer. You can take it. You can pick it up wherever, any part of the conversation that you wanted to jump in on. You got it, man. Go ahead.
All right, mic check 1, 2, 3. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. If you can increase your volume a little bit, that'd be great. But overall, we can hear you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you good.
Okay. Lord have mercy. Look, here's what I'll say, right? First, with the whole game versus culture thing. I understand that, in the United States, if you guys want to know more about, the effects of feminism and voting and how it that caused the situation we're in the U.S., you can go to Zero's channel. But one thing I would say is this: game works now in the U.S. because of the environment you're in, and even that is to some extent because at the end of the day, look. The reason why a lot of men do game is it's a way to overcompensate lack of power. We have to be honest here, because black
Hold on,
women.
what do you mean? Hold on, wait. What do you mean by a lack of power?
Men who control a society don't have to use game.
Define what you, hold on, wait. Define what you mean by men controlling society. Are you just saying? I mean, I sound like you speaking in broad strokes. Like, are you saying like white men in general control society, so they don't have to use game in this society in America?
Well, here's the thing. Some of them do. It depends on what they want. Like we all know, right? If white men in general did not have this outright I refuse to deal with black women, they wouldn't have to use game. We see this all the time where because they control society, black women just slaughter to them. They don't have to do anything because they're seen as controlling they're seen as controlling the society. Now we all know white men don't really want to deal with black women; they want to deal with their own, with white women themselves. And typically, they have this need of being with a top white chick. So this is the reason why they sort of tend to congregate around alpha male strategy type of shit. But for the most part, let's be honest here, they don't have to do as much. Look, one of the main reasons why black men in America are so known for being the most game savvy is because we have to use that to overcompensate ourselves. I have seen so many times in the United States a situation in which, for example, I'll give you
here's my pushback to that. The average white man in America make $50K a year. What power do we have? He still have to have some type of charisma if he hollering at women. So I don't think you can shorthand it like that unless it was the case. Hold on. I don't think you can shorthand it like that unless it was the case that the collective of white men universally agreed and they made laws that universally benefited them, that put women in a weak position where women basically had to crawl to men on their knees. And if they only evenly distributed power and resources amongst white men, then you could make an argument that white men have power and women have to crawl on their knees to be with them. But seeing as laws are set up in a way where each individual, male or female, can go out and get what they want and fuck who they want and fuck who they don't, I don't think you can say that in a Western civilized capitalism, a country with capitalism, that men that have power control everything and don't have to have game. The individual man who has his individual power because he may be individually rich, he don't have to have game. But there's no race of men in this country that you could say don't have to have game, just from the mere fact that their skin is a certain tone. It may be like that in other places, but that ain't what's going on here.
Let me interject just real quick. Just real quick.
Go ahead, Ben.
To flesh out.
We can go back to you, Hammer, but we can go back to you, Hammer. Go ahead, Ben.
Okay, as far as your $10,000 away, I like that, but the average, a sizable portion of white people are 2 degrees away from a millionaire, 2 or 3 degrees. The average white man from the trailer park, all he needs to do is put on a suit, get a shave, and he is getting bumped up to the top of the job list. As far as brothers have to go above and beyond the call of duty just to get an entry level position. So there is some validity to what Hammer was saying as far as when you look at
name a man that has power. You named a man that worked for somebody else that probably will get a little raise if you get the job.
Okay, but that's still power on a lower level. If you get a job worth $60,000 and the chick that you're dealing with has a $30,000 job, then yes, there's a power dynamic there at play. I'm not extrapolating it up to.
I know, but that broad argument that he made, that too many black men make, that men that control society don't have to have game, and they define white men as controlling society, whereas in reality, the average Joe white guy got to get out there and compete just like we do. I can't buy that argument. What that does, that low key gives black women an excuse to have they bad swirling arguments and point. That gives them a bullshit excuse to deify and worship white men, and I ain't giving them that. Nah.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
That gives them the cognitive dissonance to do the DJ Kid Roger Pope shit, even though the guy even though he was like the dustiest white dude on earth, but white skin gave him the win. We can't make arguments that cape for that bullshit. So
I'm not caping for DJ Kid. There are some Dusties of the dustiest so and so's out there. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not speaking in absolutes like it is forever and ever. Amen. I'm not speaking like that.
Okay.
Can I answer back?
Go ahead. Yeah, I want to go back to you, Hammer.
Let me clarify my position because obviously, first, I am not saying that white men are above black men. That's not what I'm saying at all. To be honest, we all know how in the United States, the reason why they kept having to hamster African American men is because after slavery, black people who were enslaved had the most skills. So they know that, okay, coming out the gate, you guys were more skilled than everybody else. So if they allowed you to play on the same field, you would have probably won and dominated. In fact, a lot of money was stolen from African Americans after slavery to use to create the federal government. So I understand all those things. I understand how black men have to be hamstrung, which actually shows how we're more stronger because despite all the things that have been put on black men in America, you're still here. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if I was to go to China, the men there control the government. They don't have to use gangs. If I was to go to any country, the majority male population, despite no matter how wilding or how wild the women get, they can always use the government and change the law. Even here in America, we just saw a Supreme Court decision where the Supreme Court just changed a law in which now employers don't have to pay for a girl's abortion. So it's slowly but surely, we're already starting to see a chip away as those abortion rates. And what I'm saying is this. At the end of the day, we need to recognize that black men in America are the minority population. So we don't have the vote like that. So what does that mean? And yes, you're right. Most white people are poor. Most white men are poor. They don't have money. If I will argue that black men are on average probably are doing a little better because we can go into blue collar work and stuff like that. But we have to understand something. The feminists, the LGBT, all these groups, all these feminist groups, they are all controlled by a white plutocracy. Whether it's Jeff Bezos, whether it's Mark, those white dudes, those few white people on top who control the 1% who are like all the money in the U.S. I'm talking about the United States. I'm not talking about the world because if you want to talk about geopolitics, then China and Asia are the ones who are winning. In fact, worldwide, white supremacy is actually going down. This is the reason why Europe is going through. In fact, right now, Germany is actually carrying the entire European economy. They're the ones carrying everyone behind the back. Once Germany's economy goes, all of Europe is going to go through entire economic depression. And right now, China is essentially like running the yard. This is the reason why, this is the reason why Donald Trump and the U.S. are so afraid, like they're doing everything. So globally, if globally white men are like losing power, but if we want to talk about the United States, where it's still the majority, it's still that plutocracy. They're the ones who control the feminists. They're the ones who are funding all of them. And so what I'm trying to say about culture and gay is even in a country like the United States, where you have extreme feminism, all the shit, right? There is still going to be a handful of men. There's the majority male population. The top percentage of the majority population, right?
Bro, can you get to the point? Not trying to be disrespectful. Can you get to the point, bro?
Okay, perfect. What I'm trying to say is that even in a place like the United States where yes, feminism, all this, right? At the end, you're always the top percentage of the majority male population is always gonna be able to use the government to check the chicks at any point. And here's the thing.
Say that last part again. Say that last part again.
In any society, right, no matter how far it goes on in terms of feminism, right, the top percentage of the majority male population of any society, whether it's if we're in China, right, the Chinese men who are at the top of the game, who control the government, they're always gonna be able at any point to use the government to to check shit up. And even in the United States, I'm like, let's be honest here. Yes, women. Women have the vote. They can influence it, but a lot of these movements are being funded by the white plutocracy. I mean, we just saw what
oh my god.
Well, they're being funded by yes, some rich white men who don't agree because a lot of those rich white men are buying politicians, but the politicians that they're buying are politicians that are doing things to uphold feminism, which hurts the average Joe white man on the ground. So they're running the country in a way that takes power from the average man, and the average man is a white man. So
can I ask Hammer a cultural question?
Yeah, get to that. Yeah, ask him a culture question. I do want to. I gotta go to Obsidian real soon, real quick. JJ, he says when T.O. was on, he had the baddest chicks. Nobody no else can get. He had so-called game. 5 baby mamas later, money all spent. The same people would say he never had game. Moving the goalposts. Okay, good point. Good point. See where you're going there. See what you did. Thank you very much, JJ. Appreciate that. And I hope I didn't miss nobody else's super chat through the midst of all of what was going on. Dollar Washer, he said, if you're not born with all the right traits, you need game to compete. Some people just don't want to compete and aren't happy with their place in life. Thank you for the super chat, Dollar Washer. He came through like 3 or 4 times or so. Oh, and okay, hold on, wait. Panther God in the building. He says, I am getting timed out for no reason. A certain mod is trying to silence dissenting opinions. I'll try to keep an eye on it. You might be earning those timeouts, but I'll keep an eye on it going forward.
Hammer. Now, Hammer, just real quick to bring it back to the cultural conversation, real quick.
Yeah.
Now, you said yesterday that back in Cameroon, that if a woman gets out of pocket, that her own mother and her aunties would tighten her up. Is that true here in the States amongst Cameroonians here in the States to some degree?
Well, look. Obviously, you know, like
that's a yes or no question, sir. Just simple yes or no.
They wouldn't tie her up, but for the most part, they would shame her, and the man could call like the family back home to shame her. Now,
okay, so hold on. So with that said, there are social ramifications. There are social tactics that they use to uphold a cultural standard here in the States, and there are social ramifications here in the States amongst Cameroonians. Is that what you're saying? Yes or no?
Yeah, but there are social ramifications, but once again, to add the caveat, you know, like obviously you are in another country, so you can't really use the law like that. Like for example, right? If you have an Indian girl who comes to the U.S., right, and let's say she was caught being stripping it up, right? Obviously, the husband called the father and the parents will shame her. You know, you're disowned. By the end of the day, she is still in America. She's not in India. So in India, they could use the law. Yeah.
Hammer, the greater point that I was trying to make.
Okay, can we get back to the topic?
Joe,
hey, hold on, Joe. Stop trying to butt in and regulate shit now.
This is the topic.
Ben, go ahead and get your question out. Then we about to go to Obsidian. I mean, well, make the point that you was trying to make. You were asking these questions to build towards a point. Hopefully, you've arrived at whatever you was trying to get to. Now, go ahead. Got it.
Yes, of course I have.
Okay.
Hammer comes from a sound culture with a sound foundation. Mm-hmm. They practice certain cultural norms to regulate women back in Cameroon. They also, to a lesser degree, with what they can do within the parameters of the U.S. law, practice the same thing here. Contrast that against Black Americans, it's a fucking free-for-all. It goes back to the sandlot football and the professional football analogy that I used earlier. Culture versus game. I rest my case.
All right, we about to go to man. I didn't mean to snap on you, Joe. My bad. I try to be nice and fair and balanced.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good, Ms. Bernard. I ain't tripping. It's all
good. Cool. I don't be trying to snap on anybody. But all right, we about to go to Obsidian. I don't know what happened to Edward Anderson. Come back, Ed, when you can. But go ahead, man. You got the floor. You got the mic. Pick it up at any point of the conversation that sparked you to come on up.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. So this is a very good conversation. But it as often is the case with these panels, things tend to have a lack of a rudder or direction. So I want to try to see if I can direct it in this way. For everyone on the panel and for everyone that's participated in this venue with regard to the question of wither game, my question is this. However we got here, the bottom line is today in 2020, if you're a Black man, you can get casual sex with minimal investment. You can have children with minimal investment. There is no shotgun wedding. You're not required to marry a Black woman. There are Black women, we can debate the percentage, But there are black women who are cool with you just being a de facto sperm donor, and they will take care of the children themselves. It's hard to see with those facts. I'm not saying every black man has to avail themselves of those options, but it's undeniable that they are options on the table. You can get low investment, casual sex from black women today, and you can also become a father with minimal investment. With those two truths or facts being on the table, it's difficult to see exactly what the problem is regarding game, because one would think that black men writ large stand to benefit. And that would be my question to everyone on the panel. And I am hoping that I can get a concise answer to the question. Let me restate. Where we are in the 21st century right now in 2020, we can debate how we got here, but we're here. If you are a black man in the United States today, it is very possible for you to get casual sex with minimal investment. In other words, minimal mating effort, minimal time in dating and courting effort, minimal financial outlay. You don't have to marry her. You don't have to offer long-term relationship. You can get casual sex with minimal investment. That's number one. Number two, you can have children, again, with minimal investment. You don't have to marry her. You don't have to face a shotgun wedding. And there are instances of black women who, as has been pointed out by others on the panel, many black women work their own jobs and support themselves. There are black women who simply want a sperm donor. So it's hard to see what the problem is with game and so forth in light of those facts. You would think that it's a boon for black men.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll start off. What you said is actually not 100% true. Because if what you said was 100% true, there would be no delineations between men. See, the reality, let's start with casual sex. There's some women that I was able to have casual sex with that another man, or more specifically another black man who came along, the woman who I had casual sex would say to that other man, no, you got to be in a serious relationship with me before you get this pussy, or you got to put a ring on my finger before you get this pussy. So not all women, that's part of my major talking part about sexual duplicity. Women don't respond to all men the same way. So you can have one group of men that, yeah, they will be able to get casual sex, let's say Linda. There's going to be some men who can get casual sex from Linda where without promising her long-term commitment, without whining and dining her, in some cases without even taking her on one date. But then you'll have another group of men that when they come for Linda, she going to be like, oh, you got to buy me some clothes to get this pussy. You got to pay my bills to get this pussy.
I hear that. I hear that. So let me ask you this. I don't deny what you're saying is true, but that doesn't answer my question. It's true that that particular guy may not be able to, we'll just use the numerical scale, okay? Let's assume that this guy in question can't get Linda to 8, but he can get Sharon to 4.
Okay.
He can still have casual sex. It's just a matter of whether he's willing to lower the standard enough. He can get casual sex. So what's the problem? They all look the same when you turn the light off.
Well, I don't know about that one. And nowadays, that might be a man. That might be a man of nowadays, Obsidian. But Bernard, you got a 100 ball in the chat, bro. You might want to get that, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can get concise answer to this question, because this is really the whole thing.
Well, hold on. Well, like I said, I was waiting for him to. I guess he's not here.
I went on mute and walked away and heard somebody had 100 balls. Hold on. Well, first things first, Jonathan Morgan, thank you for the $10 spot. He says at the collective level, game is competing for position of alpha stud / slaves on somebody else's farm. Down, creating a managing culture is being a farmer, but ADOS is a bunch of ants with no colony. Well, goddamn. And to get to what Ken had to step back, creep back to the mic for Ben Hay in the building. I think you got a wrench too, if I'm not mistaken. If not, I'm about to make sure I give you one. Fellas, let's spend some time talking about finances and careers that we as men can profit from. I'm sure we all can get some. I think peace leave. What is that?
Pussy.
Yeah,
that's what they calling it now.
Well, you can't put pussy.
Gotcha. Okay, all right, yeah, peace leave. Oh wow. Okay. Let's also think about some survival skills. So when crap hits the fan, we can take care of ourselves and families. Good shit. Good points. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that. You will be modded up. I appreciate the brothers that come through hard and heavy-handed with those super chats.
Now you know, Bernard,
and Keith Lamont, you can definitely come up and answer that question. We do got another spot available.
You know, I got some lighthearted pushback for that last super chat.
I kind of do. I kind of got some lighthearted. I kind of got some pushback on both of them.
But hang on a second.
Yeah, let's let Obsidian. Let's let Obsidian go and finish. He diatribing.
Because what Alan said in relation to my question is important here. My argument was, we're in a situation today where black men do not have to do what our forebears did to get laid, to pass on our genetic legacy. We don't have to do that today. We don't.
Not really.
That's a fact. We don't.
Yeah.
So no, only a certain percentage of black men don't have to do that. The majority. 50% of black men are childless.
Hold on. Let him lay it out. He going somewhere.
The response was, all black men are not created equal. I don't disagree, but that's not answering my question. He said you may not be able to get Linda the 8 with minimal investment. Okay, but you can get Sharon the 4 with minimum investment.
No.
Yeah, but hold on. This is the answer to the question. I guess more direct. And shout out to everybody on the panel. The problem is, again, the woman has all the control, and that's what we're trying to get away from in the black community. If you're saying that for the sake of the black community, long-term black families, the black community to be recognized, respected, all those things, shit to be set right. You want to set the ship right? You need men to be in control. If you tell men game this, game that, game is only whatever it is temporary for that moment, for that woman.
That's not my question.
Well, hold on. You gotta let me finish.
That wasn't my question. My question wasn't what is game. My question.
Okay, I understand that you're not letting me finish. That's what I'm saying. You said, what is the disadvantage? The disadvantage is the woman has the ultimate control.
That's not my question. My question wasn't whether it was a disadvantage. My question is, why are black men so caught up on debating with a game when it has been a help, not a hurt, if we buy the premise that you can get laid and have babies for little or nothing?
And that's what I'm telling, and I'm answering your question. You're not listening.
Okay.
That's the problem. That's the problem. You just said it. If you let me finish, I'm trying to explain it. Oh man, just give me a second. Listen. Okay. You just said the woman you really want, right? Whether it be looks, whether it be her virtue, character, whatever the fuck, you can't get. So what do? You settle for something less and you just skeet wherever. That means what? That's a lack of quality control, and that's not what you really want. You're just doing something for the sake of getting some pussy at all. If you will apply that to random sex, you'll apply that same fucking premise to making a child. So instead of fucking saying, hey, I'm gonna fucking not focus on what the bells and whistles to get any bitch, I'm going to motherfucking focus on my purpose and make the bitch I want come get me. That's what's fucking fucked up for the whole thing. Again, if your whole thing is black families, that's been your premise for well, not gonna say being your premise. That's going to be on the talking points over the time I've listened to you. If the whole thing is getting this shit right and getting it right, the man has to put himself in a position of power and make himself the person that's being sought after versus him seeking the pussy. Pussy is nothing. Like you said, pussy is a dime a dozen. If you got enough money, you got whatever it is for the time being, you can get any pussy. But if black men truly want to be in fucking power and all these other things and just have, children that are going to be of, I want to say of value, but better off situations and circumstances, you don't just want to have it with any old bitch because you can fuck her. That's a horrible premise for men. And men to have that mentality further enslaves them to the pussy. That's the whole thing. It's a mindset. If you tell a man, oh man, don't worry about that shit, man. You got to marry this hoe. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to all this other shit. You can just fuck a hoe and get a baby. Okay, yeah, cool. That's great. But at the same time, you fuck that hoe and get that baby. Well, now what? You got 18 years of fucking servitude and payment to that same bitch you just fucking got the baby by, because you're not planning anything long term or a family with her to build any type of family unit and something where everything is co-beneficial, to where you're benefiting from it, she's benefiting from it, and the child's benefiting from it. You're just fucking pretty much adding an extra debt to your life for 18 years, which is even furthermore, because now you may not even be able to have an actual relationship with the child you had. So if we ultimate goal, again, is most of the people here for the black man to end out on top, that's the fucking problem, because the black man has no power in the situation.
All right. Okay. So let me follow up what you said. Let me follow up what you said. So to use again Alan's original point, so you have a higher value woman. She demands more investment. You want higher quality children, a better legacy. Wouldn't it make sense to just go ahead and invest in her? Do what's required to win that woman over so you can ensure your legacy. Wouldn't that make sense?
No, that's just it. That again, if what's the requirement shouldn't be her. The requirement should be me. It's like, hey, if she turns me down, I have to be, I guess, more selective and more patient to say, okay, well, this 8 turned me down, but there's another 8 out there that I'm going to get. Or let's say, even if you do digress down, I may digress to a 7, but down to a 4. Fuck no. Okay. Or, you know what I'm saying? That's never going to happen. In the black community, that's what you're often told. This is why we end up how we are. Because, hey, any big ass and big titties and put pretty face will do. Or like you just said, it's all the same when the lights go out. And it's all the same when the lights go out. And now your ass is stuck with a motherfucking baby from a bitch you don't want. That could be the motherfucking, the bane of your existence. So this is what I'm saying. When we do these things, it has to be a whole fucking mentality and paradigm shift of how black men look at sex and themselves.
Well, I'll say this to your commentary, Mr. Fantastic. You did offer a lot of valid points, but my one contention, being a guy who has a background in economics, and we've all on these panels even talked about what's known as the sexual marketplace. For guys that just simply say with this broad brush that, oh, well, a lot of us guys should be able to sit back and let women come to us, that's being delusional in respect to the sexual marketplace. That ain't gonna happen. Some guys, yes. Some guys, yes, depending on what they have to offer in the way of looks, money, status, etc. There are a percentage of guys that will be able to sit back and have, as they say, have their pick of the litter. But for the average Joe Schmo in society, they ain't gonna ever be able to just sit back and have 8s, 9s, and 10s come to them. That's unrealistic at minimum and delusional at maximum. It ain't gonna happen.
Well, again, it will happen again if he puts the focus on himself. The same focus he's putting on getting pussy, and he puts on the focus of being successful. He'll have the pick of any fucking litter. If you become the man you're talking about, I don't give a fuck how good you look. You can be the smoothest nigga, and like I said, that's why I gave the definition of game. Game is whatever it takes to get the pussy at the moment. That woman. You can be the smoothest nigga. You can have the hardest jawline or whatever the fuck. If a nigga come through in the motherfucking Maybach or the motherfucking Bentley, that bitch gonna go 9 times out of 10, especially in the black community. She gonna forget all about that look shit, your shoe game, your face game, your talk game, whatever the fuck kind of game it is. Money is gonna usually trump most of everything else. And that's why we're trying to talk about when you define game, you have to motherfucking know what it actually is. Because if you don't know what it actually is, you can see it as a tool. And yeah, some tools can be tools, but a lot of tools you don't use it properly or you overuse it, it becomes a fucking crutch. And game has become a crutch for the fucking black community, and it's a fucking crutch that has actually helped fucking black women take the shit over and stay in power. That's the whole point.
May I interject one thing?
Yeah, go ahead, SKC. You got it. But hold on, hold on, SKC. Before you do that, real quick, I do gotta handle some house business real quick. Y'all see the super chat from Male Enlightenment TV. Go and subscribe to that brother. I just dropped his link in the chat. He over there doing the Lord's work. Go subscribe to Male Enlightenment TV. Got great content over there. He does the podcast. A lot of y'all probably saw it. He do a little series with Black Ram called The Real Pill Perspective. Y'all know Black Ram give him the stamp of approval. Y'all know he that dude. So go ahead and check him out if y'all ain't already over there. Male Enlightenment TV. That's my dude. All right. SKC. I almost forgot who had it that fast. SKC, go ahead. You got it. I think I know
Now,
where Obsidian is going with this line of questioning, so I think I'm going next. But go ahead, SKC.
Now, ARC, I don't want you to think that I'm trying to pick on you, man. I'm not.
You are picking on ARC.
I'm not trying to come at him for his personal. I'm not. But he's really surprised me. I didn't know this when he said that his discipline is in a background of economics. So, are you trying to tell me that within the discipline of economics, that it is not a ascertainable fact that the nuclear family is the best model economically for the country?
In today's society, that's without question debatable. I mean, you could just go on pure numbers, man. If you have a social environment where, let's say, I don't know, you got 100,000 men and you got 200,000 single heterosexual women, how can monogamy work? And you got 100. Matter of fact, there was an article I read about 15 years ago. I forget what country it was from Africa, but it was an article on polygamy, and these women from this African country were basically endorsing polygamy, and they in whatever country they were in, it was legal. Now here in the United States, that's not legal, but that's another story. But the person interviewed himself. Well, why are you in
we're
favor
talking about right here
of
in
polygamy?
America? Are you trying to tell me that economists do not have models that they go by that are connected to the census?
Well, I'll say this. Here's without getting long-winded. Without getting long-winded, SKC, here's my simple answer to your
nuclear
question.
family that businesses all throughout the United States use on a not even a monthly basis, a weekly basis. Are you telling me that does not exist?
Here's what I would say in simplistic terms. For the sake of raising children, for the specific sake of raising children, I do believe the nuclear family is the model. I will say.
No, I'm not talking about what you believe. I'm saying so far as you as an economist, having an economy background, are you trying to tell me that does not exist where economists look at those numbers and they make decisions for businesses every month in this country for various businesses?
Yeah, of course they do. Of course they look at different models, yeah.
Right. And one of those models, as an economist, I know you know this, is that they also set models on dysfunction. Individuals that are operating outside of that, they set up what are called, you can call them economic traps for individuals that make rash decisions. Am I lying about this?
Okay, where are we going with this? What's the point?
My point is that a lot of the stuff that you're talking about are actually leading people into economic traps.
Well, I would just respectfully disagree with you and leave it at that.
You can't disagree with the math though, ARC, but never mind. Go ahead, Bernard.
Hold on, let me have a quick. To answer a point about.
Wait, hold on, Hammer. I apologize for keep telling you. Hold on. I make sure you get on next. I make sure you get on next. This is what I got to say about Obsidian's line of questioning. He's basically saying with the way that this is what I think he's getting at here. With the way that everything is set up today, to where men can basically be free and get random pussy. Everybody may not be able to get the baddest chick, but you can get random pussy. You know, if you slip up and get somebody pregnant, okay, she's gonna get a little percentage of your check, but you're still free. You can go and have random sex with other random women. Don't slip up again. But you know, you're pretty much free to live what should be a good life. And in this red pill space, a lot of guys are like, you know, man, fuck these bitches. I'm just trying to fuck these bitches. I don't want no relationship. I don't want marriage. I don't want no family. I don't want this. I don't want that. And what we have in this society is like a goddamn riot, a pussy riot. And men get to be looters in the pussy riot. And some men run out with a 60-inch, wide screen. Some men can only get a 32-inch because, whatever. I think what Obsidian is getting at is that everybody should be happy. And I think the mere fact that there are so many people that seem not to be happy, I think what he's getting at, the reason, what he's trying to bait y'all into saying is that reality is y'all do want families. Y'all want children, y'all want families, y'all want a real actual relationship with women. That's what y'all want. But everybody is on here. Everybody come in these type of spaces and be talking shit like they don't want that.
No, actually, I'm not saying that.
Okay, that's where I thought you was going.
No. And here's the reason why I say that. So far, the only two black men on this panel who have been saying anything close to that are the youngest. Hammer at 19 and Joe in his early 20s. Everybody else here isn't talking stomp down. I want marriage. I want a family. I want relationships. They want the hottest chick they can fuck for free.
I don't think Joe was saying he wanted family, marriage, or this or that. He was saying marriage is something that we don't need to have.
Family, nigga. Joe, we had to fucking talk Joe off the ledge a couple weeks back. So yeah, Joe definitely want to know family.
See, not to talk off the ledge. Y'all was saying I shouldn't have no kids, bro.
Exactly, nigga.
Oh no, they probably was telling you right if you just trying to get somebody pregnant.
Well, Bernard, as you know, I'm right in the middle. In terms of career-wise, I've said multiple times, I would never tell every man they need to get married. I would never tell every man they shouldn't get married. I don't believe in either one of them. To me, any man who says all men should get married is wrong, and any man says no man should get married is wrong. But now, as far as my personal life, my actions speak for itself. I'm engaged. I'm about to be married. I got a child on the way, and I want to raise a family with one woman. So, you know, I done had my pussy for the day. I'm 57. I done fucked every possible bitch I can fuck.
You done ran out there with enough 60-inch flat screens. You did enough
celebrity, all the shit.
You did enough looting. You did enough looting in the pussy riot.
Yeah, that had, you know, it ain't no sexual related fantasy that I've wanted to have that I haven't fulfilled at least once. So that's behind me now. But as far as working with my clients, I would never tell them, again, I would never tell them, y'all should never get married. Don't get married. On the flip side, I would never tell them, hey, all y'all need to get married. To me, that's a personal choice. I'll say just my own personal opinion. If children are going to be involved, that's where I would say I'm not the biggest fan of marriage. But I know some people who are married just for female companionship.
Mm-hmm.
And it's worked for them. So I can't say it doesn't work. But I'm more so for marriage as it relates to raising children. That's just me outright Curry.
Yeah. All right. Obsidian, normally when you ask a series of questions like that, or when you set up an argument like that, you're normally trying to get to something. So what is it that you were trying to, first off, shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. But yeah, Obsidian, what are you getting at with this line of questioning?
Well, I mean, I'm listening to all of this intense debate over game and what have you. And I'm like, wait a minute. This should be pussy paradise. If you're a brother, you're able to fucking run and running and keep on getting up. Mm-hmm. What's the problem? Well, it seems that the problem, I hear the argument about power, who calls the shots, you know, betterment of society, but I don't really, I mean, I hear the platitude, but really when you sit back and just take a bird's eye view of all this, not all, but a lot of the guys on these panels, not all, but a lot of the guys on these panels really don't care that much about that. What it really comes down to, and I'm glad that Alan helped me focus the issue. There are variations of between and among black men, no doubt about it. All black men are not the same. And his refinement in response to my question bears out the fact that all black women aren't the same. There are variations among them too. When I said, yes, Alan, I agree with you that all black men are not the same, and all black men are not going to be able to have a row in the hay with Linda the 8 for little or nothing. Some guys are going to have to invest more, but they may not have to invest more with Sharon the 4. That's when the push, not from Alan himself, but the pushback from Mr. Fantastic came in.
Yeah, because you're keeping the slave masters in what's name. If you just say, hey, you're not good enough for this. And again, what other than a pretty face, like I said, we as men is like as time gets older or gets further, I guess people forget there are plenty of fish in the sea. What one bitch want, the next bitch will. Again, because especially specifically in the black community, everything is fucking ran by the fucking woman. You are validated as a man. Your manhood is being validated by where you can put your dick, and that's not an accomplishment. Again, and this
But
is
that's
why,
by other men though.
but hold on, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. So that's what I'm saying, and this is why SYSBM has got so much pushback, because these dudes at SYSBM and the dudes are telling you to go get other women and are saying like, hey man, I ain't got to do all this extra shit for the bitch. You know, she sees what the fuck I am. She sees me on my purpose, or she likes me for whatever the fuck it may be. I know, well, hey, them SYSBM niggas get fucked over too. Yeah, man, but still, the road to the pussy is a whole lot easier. You take the average nigga. I'm telling you, you take the average nigga, bro, and put him over in overseas, bro. Especially like y'all love to talk about the tall niggas, bro. Just off a tall nigga, bro, pussy's gonna come. All right. Motherfuckers run up, you NBA, you this, you that, you that. Nah, man, I'm just here, just chilling. Whatever the fuck. Bitches, they see you as an American black man and you get pussy.
Fantastic. You bullshitting. If you 6'5", 260, you better tell them you play tight end for somebody. Go on and lie overseas.
I'm married, nigga. I can't.
Okay, my bad. I forgot.
Don't fuck it up. That's why I say I don't know that now. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. But anyway,
looking like you play DN for the Atlanta Falcons. You better tell them.
That's what I'm saying, man. Those and it's not just tall niggas either. It's like Americans. Like we go out and shit like that, and you get to see that shit. So this is why dudes are trying to tell and get the mentality of black men to change. And like y'all said, a lot of stuff get put out in the spaces, man, that people don't actually put the context on or see the importance of it. I don't know who said it, but the amount of black men that travel, black men are the least travelers of like everybody in the country. All right. You know what I'm saying? So most motherfuckers don't even go outside their state when it comes to black men. So what does that do? That shrinks down his pussy market. He don't even know there's an opportunity outside of there of Keisha or Becky. The white girl is the only two things he see. You might see a Mexican. If you out West Coast, you might see an Asian, whatever it may be, right? So when we empower or we put the fucking shit in the mindset of, okay, I gotta get this pussy, I gotta get this pussy, I gotta get this pussy, it just keeps you in the motherfucking on the treadmill, on the hamster wheel. And that's why the shit is fucked up. A pussy should not be an accomplishment. Pussy should not be a happiness. Okay, trust me. Okay, that's what I'm telling you. For overtime, bro, once you stop chasing pussy, bro, life gets a whole lot easier. Trust, believe me. That's another reason too. And let me go ahead and say this shit for you niggas that don't know. And I know you niggas. I'm not telling you niggas to get married, but bro, I'm telling you, when you once you get married, bro, and you're not really out here chasing the fucking pussy, bro, and you take that focus off of that, bro, your focus shifts to other shit, and you're more highly productive. Trust me, bro. If everything you're trying, because when you base everything you're trying to do about pussy, oh, well, no, I ain't gonna do that because the hoes may not like that. Them hoes may not understand it. Or, oh, I ain't gonna do that because it's not gonna give me the money fast enough to get to these hoes. Again, we got to get away from this motherfucking hoe oriented and hoe goals, bro.
But fantastic, man. Let me say this realistically, bro. On paper, what you said sounds good, but let me ask you, how many days per week do you think about your electricity?
Not at all. What do you mean?
Exactly, because you have it. Most people, when they got a full refrigerator, they don't think about food. See, it's a lot of motherfuckers out here. I have clients. I speak for some of my clients. I have clients who ain't got laid in like 2, 3, 4 years. So when it's easy for somebody to say, don't think about pussy if you getting regular or semi-regular pussy, true. But if you're a motherfucker with awkward social skills, lack of confidence to the point where you ain't had no pussy in at least a year, if not longer, it ain't so easy for you to say, stop thinking about it. Because I know when I was broke and didn't have a full refrigerator, had usually an empty refrigerator, I thought about food every motherfucking day. I thought about keeping my electricity on every motherfucking day. When you don't have something, you think about it.
But
right on. Zero, I didn't realize he was trying to get in. I told Hammer, hold on, like 17 times. I'm gonna go to Hammer, then to Zero. So go ahead, Hammer.
Finally. Let me say something real quick. To answer Obsidian's point, look.
Right.
Yes, it is true that we are in an environment where quote unquote pussy is, on the table. But let's be honest here. We need to get rid of this sort of narrative that black men are just out here running through bitches, tearing pussy. 50% of black men are childless, and about like 30% of black men are married or have been divorced, and only like I think like 20% of black men in America are actually six single fathers. So that means only a small percentage of black men in America actually have the luxury, well, I wouldn't call it, but are actually able to run through pussy like that. This is the reason why the black manosphere even exists. This is the reason why MGTOW exists. Because people are starting to realize that when you're in a system where the women are liberated, the women are going to flock to the top dude. It's going to be an 80 to 20% dude. And then 80% of women are going to go to the 20% of guys. This is the reason why typically in a society you need to have culture. The whole point of culture is not just to control the woman, because people understand that chicks are very hypergamous. So they have the choice to pick. They're gonna go like they're not gonna think I'm long term. They're gonna go for the Tyrone, the Fuki, or the guy who or the guy who can get her wet for the most part. And then later on, she's going to turn around and say, "Oh, I should have picked the educated lane." So all this idea about black men in America, look, that's not what's going on. Most black men out here have decent jobs. They're going to work. They're working at UPS. I know them guys all the time in America, but dude, they and out here getting pussy like that. Like this is the reason why the dynasty exists, man. This is the reason why the comment section you got so many dudes talking about SY and DM, or they're just not gonna worry about pussy. Because this is the reason why the educated lane versus Pookie and Ray debate has been so heated for a long time. Because people do start to realize that yes, it is true that the environment in America is quote unquote has no boundaries. You can get all the pussy you want to. But what that does is it gives all the power to the women, and they're gonna flock to the top 20% man. So most dudes are not gonna have that kind of access. And yes, and by the way, the old man said that, okay, well, if you can get an A, can go down. Look, it doesn't matter what level she is. Because of Instagram and social media, a chick could be a 1. But because of all the 13 niggas in her DM, she'll think she's a 7. So you can see a chick, I've seen chicks who are like 2s or 3s, but because the access to niggas in the Instagram or inboxes, they think they're bad bitches. So it's like, let's be honest here. And this is the reason why the game is so much more better than this is the reason why culture is so much better than game.
You're making my point. You just got finished saying that there are black women on Instagram or other social media outlets who are 3s and 4s and getting lots of attention from guys. You're making my point. So let's go back to the argument. Yes, Linda may demand that the guy do more for her in order to have a role in the hay, but Sharon the 4 doesn't. You're still getting the pussy. Nothing. What's the problem?
All right, go ahead, Zero. Let me get Zero on this one.
And Bernard, I want to say something real quick. It's kind of lighthearted, but I just got to say respect to Obsidian and anybody who understood everything Hammer said. I guess I'm the old nigga on the panel. At least 1/3 of the shit he said, he doesn't enunciate well. I didn't understand.
Heavy accent nigga, ARC. He's a heavy accent nigga, man. He's a team heavy accent, bro.
He's from Cameroon. He's from Cameroon. You gotta really focus in when Hammer talking. But yeah, I'll be missing some stuff, but I got him for the most part. I got him.
All right.
But Zero, I want you. You said you got your hand up, so you got it. You want to respond to what Obsidian's talking about here? Thanks, Hammer, for your commentary.
Well, I think the problem is men like to self-aggrandize a lot. So, like for instance, when we say everyone can get pussy, we keep overlooking the fact that they're not getting the pussy they want. Otherwise, this wouldn't be an issue. This is applicable to both acquisition of casual sex all the way to relationships of significance. But again, men are very self-aggrandizing to the degree where most of us actually think that women have no power. The thing is, leverage is power. Incentive is power. And women have the ultimate form of both. They have a nuclear weapon in their pants. And men's leverage is removed because we bow down to it. Because procreation is important for a litany of reasons. And women are the gateway to this. However, women in power will not procreate with the vast majority of men. And this has been proven over and over and over for the last 50 years, which then removes men's incentive to maintain society. However, again, you can incentivize these same men to keep maintaining society on the mere promise of access to sex and procreation by playing on their ego, their honor, their value system, and all the rest of that shit that game is a big part of. The value systems have been conditioned into men over centuries of cooperative societal behavior. And this is where we are right now. Men think game is some form of power via communication. But once again, power requires leverage of some form. When you are forced to use game, you are being forced to use game. When you are being forced to do something, you have no power. Manipulation is not power. People with power can manipulate, but people without are forced to. When you are forced to do something, manipulation is predictable and easily taken advantage of. For instance, if you manipulate or use game via like your money, your pockets, it puts you in a position to be taken advantage of or basically get the bag. If you utilize any form of game as a primary focus, you're going to be subject to being taken advantage of by that same game. This is where we are right now. People who keep overcomplicating this shit. It's not complicated.
Hey Hammer, I gotta ask you a question. I was looking at the guy in the chat room named NBA Fan. He kept repeating something and he related it to me. Did you make a statement? Because again, I had a hard time understanding some of your commentary. Did you make a statement that all men who are fatherless were men who didn't have access to pussy, or something to that effect?
I wouldn't. Okay, here's the thing, right? We all know that for the most part, most black men, the black community don't have access to pussy like that, and this is also proven by the fact that 50% of black men are childless. Now, obviously, within that 50%, maybe some of them may have pussy here and there, but let's be honest here, most dudes don't have pussy. Most black men are out here working, doing the job, going to school. That's what they're doing. They're like dudes are not out here just ripping through pussy. That's not what's going on.
I think it's important. I think it's important to point out that 50% of black men being single and childish, that shouldn't be looked at as the percentage of black men that ain't getting.
Yeah, they can get pussy, bro. That's a horrible.
Like we're done as a society if the measure of whether or not you've had sex before or have sex often is based off how many kids you got crawling behind you.
I'll see that point. But at the end of the day, we also all know that for the most part, only a certain percentage of black men in America have that kind of access.
It's very true that a smaller percentage have extreme access, and there's another percentage that could get casual sex here and there, and there's another percentage that can only get it in a relationship.
What does he mean by access? Yeah, well, so what do you mean by access? Or you mean access to access
sex? Yeah.
I want to back on something that Zero said, because again, he's refining the argument.
Okay.
He said the problem here isn't that black men are in a position today to get the kind of low investment or minimal investment sex that their forebears could not. The problem is that they're not getting the choice pussy for little or nothing. That's a difference. And that's why I said Alan's refinement on my question is very important. The issue isn't the surplus of pussy that you can get. The issue is the choice cuts of pussy that you can't for free. That's the issue. That's why it's so much debate in these spaces over this.
But I don't even know. I don't even see how that's a debate. That's every man, period. Regardless of your thing. Again, every man wants what he can't fucking have. These motherfuckers is married, bro. These motherfuckers is married that want to get out here on the prowl and motherfucking get back on the hunt and fuck some new pussy, get some hoes.
Right. I think we all can agree.
That's the issue right there.
I think we all can agree that improving your game will increase. I think ARC worded this way: your quality and or quantity, of women that you can get. And I don't. That wasn't the core of this discussion and why I started it. I wanted to.
But hang on. Hang on. This is very important. The issue is the price. Black men don't want to pay for the high pussy. They want it for free.
That's every man, though.
No. We're talking to black men in this form, in this time. Joe and Hammer are, in a very real sense, outside of the realm of this conversation for a very simple reason. They want to invest. Getting married means you're making an investment. Courting means you're making an investment. Dating means you're making an investment. Game, by definition, means you're not making an investment.
Yeah.
Okay? The issue is for a lot of black men in this space is they want the lender for the 8 for free. Why can't we just say that?
Truism, come back. I was about to go to you next. I just saw you drop down. I was about to go to you next. Sorry for letting you sit there for so long, but go ahead, Obsidian. You carry on. I see where you're going. Yeah, that's fantastic. You ready to respond to that?
I mean, because we're having all of this enormous intensity of debate with a game. Should we use game? Listen, in the year 2020, the shotgun wedding is a thing of the past. Whether that be true for Linda the 8 or Sharon the 4. See, in the past, both ladies, you had the court. You had the court Sharon the 4. If you wanted Sharon the 4 back in the day, you had the quarter. There was no option. Today, there is an option. It's called cuffing season. It's called friends with benefits. It's called on the down low. From dusk till dawn, Tuesday girl. So what I'm saying is Hammer and Joe are out of the discussion for the simple reason that they both have signaled that they want to invest.
Can I respond to this after you're done?
And all of that. The guys who are arguing over game aren't arguing over game over whether it's effective or not, whether it's right or not. What they're saying is we don't want the cheap armies, the Army and Navy store. You go to the surplus store. We don't want the Army and Navy pussy. We want the Neiman Marcus pussy for Army and Navy store price. Why can't we say that?
But because what's understood don't have to be said. Every man wants that. Every man wants to hit the lottery. Obsidian.
Every man. I'm not talking to every man. I'm talking
black men are men, so black men are included. Every black man wants that. Every black man wants to fucking wake up today.
The black men here.
Okay, so, black men here are included in all black.
No, I think
Obsidian. I think the problem.
I think the focus. Hold on, real quick, West Coast African. I think the focus that Obsidian is trying to put on it is men who want that should properly invest in it instead of trying to just game their way into it. I think that's the focus that he want to put on it. West Coast African, go ahead.
Okay, so here's the pushback on that. In regards to the men who want to invest, because they understand that with female nature, there are other men who are getting it for free. They basically don't want to invest in a product that they know can be sold for free or sold for cheap for another man. They feel that the investment is not worth it because you're basically getting finessed. And that's where the problem is.
But West Coast African. Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Joe. You got it.
But that make you wonder though, if the product is worthless to you, why would you want to grab the product off the shelf anyway? Why wouldn't you avoid it?
No. Hold on. Time out. It's not worthless. I'm saying that it's no different than if me and you are homies, right? And like we're exchanging something or we're exchanging some product. But then I go to take your product and then I mark it up for somebody else because they're willing to pay said price because there's scarcity in the market. There's a demand for it, and I can basically upcharge whatever price I have to said customer. Say said customer finds out that, oh, Joe has the same product or Joe is getting what I'm getting, but for a lower price. My customer base is going to feel like, well, let me get it for that price versus what you're upcharging me. And that's where the frustration.
That's a valid point.
That's where the frustration is coming in with is a lot of people who want to be committed to a type of marriage relationship are realizing that, hey, the same woman that I put all this time, investment, and money in, somebody else is getting it for another price. Oh, they're getting it using this means, quote unquote, air quote game. Let me try and use game to try and get it for a cheaper price because clearly the market isn't what has been said.
Well, West Coast,
but I think hold on, real quick, ARC. I think another point that you touched on is that it's not a matter of using game to get it for a cheaper price. It's the simple fact that if these shoes have been worn by multiple people, you don't want to walk into the store and pay $200 like you buying a fresh pair of shoes. You're saying the value of that product is low to the point to where the traditional investment is too much now, so you might as well just go and use some game.
I was on this panel a week ago where I talked about a guy. I had a blog talk radio show. It's been some years now. I had a caller named Kent, and he called that. I nicknamed that now the subway coupon scenario because that's what this guy Kent. And to explain it, he said he said he called in and admitted that it was hard for him to deal with, and I think Obsidian has referred to this in economic terms, price discrimination. He said, man, Alan, I can't stand when I meet a woman and I've taken out on 3 dates, you know, talked on the phone for a number of hours, and essentially I'm paying for a 12-inch Subway sandwich, but then I see this other nigga, he comes and just winks at her and smirks, and he hands her this coupon, and she just hands him the sandwich for free. He's like, man, that makes me feel like, damn, why did I have to do all that shit to get the pussy?
Whoa, we lost.
Got the free pussy coupon. He called it the Subway sandwich coupon. That is the issue with a lot of guys. Honestly, in my life, that's where I've been the recipient of certain player haters, starting with, you know, my younger years.
Right.
Guys would see that I would be able to, let's use Linda again, that I would be able to fuck Linda without spending no money, without taking her to the movies, but they had to do all that shit, and they would be like, oh, okay, why does nigga Allen get the pussy for free?
Right. Well, hold on, but ARC, they shouldn't.
Why you give him the pussy for free?
They shouldn't say that. They shouldn't say, well, why does Allen nigga get the pussy for free? What they should be saying is that whatever I'm paying for it, I don't think it's worth that if it's being given away for free somewhere else. It ain't worth what I'm paying for. That's a fair argument that they can walk away with. But they can't just be hating on you. They can't.
Realistic thing though, Bernard. It ain't like a grocery store. Like grocery stores, of course, and other, you know, consumer markets, they're regulated so that like the grocery store can't just upcharge on milk but dating relationships ain't like that. It ain't regulated. It ain't a regulated market.
Well, it was regulated at some point, i.e., marriage. That was the regulation.
Exactly. And again, we're getting at something else here with Alan's further elucidation of Linda the 8 analogy. So my thing is, the problem here with the game debate is really about not being able to access the women you want to fuck for free. It's not about being able to just fuck, because you can. All you have to do is just be willing to lower your standards enough. If you're willing to get Sharon the 3, you can do it.
I don't think that's it. I think that it's people coming to terms with their place in the sexual marketplace.
You're saying the same thing I'm saying. The issue in this space, in this venue, where there's been enormous, intense debates about game, it ain't about the family, because most of the guys on the panel ain't talking about that. It's about being able to fuck the women you really want for free.
But
Hold your thought, ARC. I got 3 super chats to catch up on. Dollar Washer, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. He says, why deal with Western women if you think they trash? Why complain? You signed up for a bad deal. I don't know who he's talking to, who's dealing with Western women while thinking that they are trash. I don't know if that was directed specifically to somebody. Let's see. Marty W in the building with a super chat. He says the point is that Kwame Brown sneakers should not cost $400. Kwame Brown ain't never come out with no shoe, did he? Man? I know ain't been. I haven't seen nobody rocking from Kwame's. Instead of the little Jordan jump, man, he missing a layup on the side of the Anyway, play a game one-on-one. Me and having options, multiple women is one of the best leverages men have to make women obey, submit. But y'all niggas scared. Polygamy is the way, brothers. Thank you very much for that super chat.
The problem, David Johnson, is that in this country, United States, polygamy, you would be best served to say polyamory, which is the unmarried version of because polygamy. Now, here's interesting on the side note, interesting thing.
Real quick, Des James says, I'm waiting on this game changer vaccine. CNE tell him. Okay, that's one of the new words. Talk about it.
In the United States, here's what's interesting.
Thank you for the super chat.
The polygamy is actually on a federal level legal, but it's banned in all 50 states, which essentially nullifies the fact that it's legal on a federal level. But what I was going to say, I wouldn't call this pushback or per se a disagreement to what Obsidian said, but just another perspective that I've talked about on my channel. It's interesting he's using the term or the nickname, fictitious name Sharon. There's a woman I always refer to on my channel, a woman I used to deal with in California, who was Sharon. Now, this Sharon that I refer to, she was far from a 4. She was actually more like a 9, even a 9.5. But here's what some men, and this is only a small percentage of men going to deal with. I've actually dealt with the opposite scenario of what Obsidian keeps reiterating, which is about guys wanting the best pussy for free. There have been at least, I'd say roughly at least 3 women in my life that I actually wanted as a girlfriend. I actually wanted them to be my long-term girlfriend, and they rejected me. And this woman I referred to as Sharon was one of those 3 women. She basically was like, Alan, as a fuck buddy, I love you. You're a great fuck buddy. But she used to tell, she said, but I would never, ever, ever look at you as boyfriend or husband material, ever. And I would be like, damn, it's like that? She'd be like, yeah. Her biggest thing was she said, you don't make enough money. Because she was used to dealing with guys making 6 or 7 figures at the time. I was messing around when I think I was making like 30 grand a year.
I was just about to say this. I think you was living in LA around that
I was
time.
living in Los Angeles.
Yeah, you thought if you was dealing with LA 8s and 9s, like they know they worth. Like they know they could.
Yeah, she
you
was
know,
like,
come up.
you know,
So, yeah.
boy, she's like for boyfriend husband material. She's like, you got to be making no less than like roughly 100 grand a year.
Yeah, but hold on, you're proving the whole entire point, ARC, or what the fuck we was talking about. You still a fucking slave to the fucking scenario. You was just a fucking emergency dick in the glass. The bitch had control over you. You didn't have no control over the bitch. You wanted.
Hey, Mr. Fantastic, you know something that
Hold on,
everybody missing?
whoa.
I wouldn't go that far.
Hold on.
I wouldn't go that far.
What? You don't have to not go that far. You just explained it. You said out your own mouth. The bitch had control over you. You wanted the bitch, but she didn't want nothing but your dick.
I wouldn't call it a slave. Really,
But I
the
wouldn't
problem.
We got to get ARC to respond on that one.
How y'all know? Y'all niggas gonna try to flip this? No,
No,
nigga
we
said out his own mouth.
No, he
said it. I just want ARC to respond.
That would be like saying I was her sub, like she was my BDSM topping out.
Hold on, ARC. Hey, don't nobody fuck with that BDSM shit like that, bro. Don't use those terms, man. Just talking regular shit. You ain't got to use the fucking extreme shit.
I wasn't subservient to her. Just because we had different interests doesn't mean I would. You're implying that I was subservient to her, and that's what
No, that's not what I'm implying. I'm not implying anything. I'm repeating exactly what you said. You said you wanted a relationship with this woman. The bitch said, no, this is your place to be my fucking dick when I want a ride. Okay. So, however you want to fucking put it, you were under her control.
That's not true.
Bro. Ain't no getting out of that.
He knows what you're saying, man.
I mean, I don't even get that argument then. Like, you think all motherfuckers gonna be in control of what dictates?
That's not what he's saying.
It's about terms.
Zero, break it down for him, dog.
Demand.
That's not what he's saying.
What type of guy she wanted for a boyfriend and a husband?
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Her move for that. I mean, so what? So what?
So all of your pussy conquest stories about how you can be the man, she sucked my dick, I can make the bitch suck my dick, and all this bullshit puts you down at the level of the mortals, nigga. You are a mortal at the end of the day when it comes to some bitch. No matter how much.
I fucked up.
I didn't interrupt you. Hold on, wait. Brother, I did not interrupt.
That ain't mortal, motherfucker. That ain't mortal, motherfucker.
Okay. Motherfucker, you can't have him in that old nigga. Hey, you have a motherfucking aneurysm up in this bitch.
All right. Hold on. I'm muted.
This is what happens every time when things get personalized.
Let's pump the brakes. I muted both of y'all. All right.
Can I say this?
Without getting too amped up, I'm gonna let ARC respond uninterrupted. Then Fantastic gonna get it uninterrupted after that. Let's go. Hold on. Go. You can go unmute yourself, ARC.
My main pushback is he's trying to say I was mortal, like I did something. Any motherfucker. This bitch was on the level of Sally Richardson. Everybody used to compare her to Sally Richardson. There wasn't no average motherfucker fucking this bitch. This bitch was like on any motherfucking scale. She was at minimum a 9 on anybody's 1 to 10 scale. Motherfucking millionaires was whining and dining this bitch. So how you gonna say I'm mortal when I was on a $30,000 salary, fucking one of the finest bitches in Los Angeles?
Are you
shit,
done?
I dare anybody to say that.
Are you
mortal
done?
shit.
Are you? Oh, so are you done? Okay, so let me respond because
uninterrupted. Fantastic, got it. Go ahead.
You keep like tripling and quadrupling down on my point, nigga. Again, first and foremost, your whole value is in what bitch you're fucking. The bit where you're putting your dick.
I never said that.
Yes, you did.
No, let him go uninterrupted. Fantastic.
And secondly,
I'm sorry, ARC, let him go. Let him go.
Regardless of how fucking hot, fine, I don't even know who the fuck Sally Richardson is. Don't even know. Hey, it is what it is. I'll Google it.
That's a generation thing.
Regardless of how fucking fine she was, again, you just proved my point. Even though you were getting it for free, motherfuckers that would have been lesser men than you, because of their status that superseded you, where they were better than you in earnings or power or whatever the fuck it was, had the same access to what you had it to. And more importantly, they were blocking you from getting what you ultimately wanted, was which a fucking relationship with her. You lost, nigga. You are fucking mortal. So again, all this bullshit you talk about, fucking
that's your perspective, bro. That's your opinionated perspective. You ain't
my opinionated perspective, bro. I'm literally taking what you said and just breaking it down.
You ain't speaking facts, bro. You're speaking opinionated perspective.
Got it, brother. Shout out.
Speaking opinionated perspective.
Go right ahead, brother. You got it, brother. If that's what you wanna, if you do not understand fucking psychological, you don't understand psychology enough for that level, brother. You got it. Keep telling yourself that.
I got mine.
Congratulations, brother. Congratulations.
You get your opinions, I get mine.
Congratulations.
Motherfuckers,
right. The difference is this, though. I guarantee mine can be backed up by a motherfucking psychological study.
I done fuck bitches who had husbands making close to
hoes. Yep, you fuck hoes. Are you still fucking them same hoes? I done fucked.
You can say that's mortal too.
In the past.
That's more
in the past.
All right. Muted up both of y'all. Muted. I hate to do it. Hate to mute people that I got respect for, but I had to do it. We weren't about to get too wilding out. It sounds like ARC's argument that even with her, even if I just had she gave me one job, just one job. He's like, with that, he's like, that's a job that I like doing. I enjoyed it, and for however long she needed me to do that job, I was there to do that job because I love doing the job. I think fantastic argument is that is more or less the fact that you were just there at her beck and call to do that one job, even though you wanted more from her but couldn't get more from her. That put you in a weaker position, even though you were enjoying that one job.
But Bernie, let me move.
Are we gonna go to Obsidian and we just gonna let both of y'all?
Can I hop on after Obsidian?
Yeah, go ahead, Obsidian.
Let me move the needle a bit further. And again, keeping in mind previous exchange, the overall discussion with my question and Joe and Hammer's situations in mind. So I want to use myself. So let's go back to Alan's earlier scenario in his initial response to my question. So you got a guy, all guys aren't the same. So I'm going to use me, the dating coach for the non-select guy. I roll up on Linda, the 8, and she demands higher investment of me than she does of, I'm going to make up a guy's name, Steve. All right. Okay. What if I say yes? What if I agree to her proposal of higher investment, more investment in terms of time, mating effort, courting, all of that? Okay. Why are so many guys in this space so against me? And I'm going to use the term that you hear a lot in these spaces, in Black Manosphere spaces, leading with my wallet. Why are they? It's one thing if I'm upset, as Alan explained with the caller to his show, the Subway coupon example. It's one thing if I'm upset that I have to be forced to pay a higher price for that Subway sandwich than the guy who just has a coupon. That's one thing. But it's something else for other people in the Subway store who don't know me, have no vested interest in the outcome, to be upset about it. Why would they be upset about it? Here's why I think it is. And this goes back to the question of regulation of a dating market. If Obsidian agrees to pay Linda the 8's price for access to her, if he agrees, and the other guys witness that, could that also mean that those guys would also have to follow suit? If Obsidian does it and he's satisfied with his purchase, right? What does that mean?
Hold on real quick.
I got some background noise.
Bro, who got a background noise? It sounds like a woman is talking in the background. tried to mute up everybody. I don't know. That's fantastic. Is that you? Somebody? You got people in your house? Somebody talking?
No, it's not me.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
that's
I'm
not
gonna mute
me
you up.
either.
Fantastic. All right, cool. All right.
So if I pay the price, let's just say I leave with my wallet, pay the price to get Linda to 8. I would like to suggest that a lot of brothers in the black manosphere have a problem with that because they are fears that could raise the price of the pussy that they want to fuck for the free. If Obsidian pays that price to get that type of woman, they also may have to pay that price to get a woman like that. And that's the reason why there's such a hue and cry over Stovegate, for example. We all remember that with Game Changer and the Stovegate incident, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They may also have to pay a higher price. Speaking of Game Changer, he told me this about 2 years ago. He said flat out, Obsidian, what you're doing will make it so that other men have to pay a higher price. So there is an interest in regulating the market such that drives the price down. It's what's known as the law of the cartel. I am breaking the cartel if I pay Linda the 8's price.
Yeah, here's where I disagree in that analogy, right? The way the environment is set up, the sexual black market, as it would, which is like in the realm of what Alan Roger Curry is alluding to, where Linda, where for all intents and purposes on a social economic level, has a price for the man that she wants in public versus the man that she's choosing to have sexual relations with, that she has sexual desire with in private, are coming together. And so when those two markets are colliding, basically this is where you have this confusion. So now that the environment is set up the way that it is now, you, by paying into Linda's price, it's not fucking up the market. What it really is doing, people are just looking at you as the fool, because the people understand that, hey, I can go for black market prices, or I can find somebody who can go for black market prices in order to get what I want. And the last piece that I want to add to that is, for all intents and purposes, like separating the social economic, talking about I want a relationship with a woman and saying I want to be with the woman that I sexually desire. The middle ground is just finding a payment, like find a stripper, find a hooker to get your rocks off. If that hooker there, that strip or that woman who is a 9 that you can't get based off of merit or based off of sexual desire alone, there are means for you to do that. But I think that where it is now, the way that we can move forward is, if you want a relationship with a woman and that's your goal, and you understand the possibility of sexual desire may not be there, because just because she gets married to you doesn't mean that she may necessarily be sexually attracted to you. Making peace with that, that's really what that has to boil down to, in regards to people going that route. Because not every single woman that approaches you, especially if you're a man of means or status, may look at you on a level of, hey, I'm sexually attracted to this guy. Pointing back to what Alan Roger Curry is talking about, just because a woman may be sexually attracted to you doesn't mean that she wants to be with you or wants to raise a family with you, in regards to her social economic station. So when people make peace on both sides or finding that intermediary, this is where you can find reconciliation. Like, don't go
Hey, can I
into
piggyback off that?
yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
To what West Coast was saying. That's like, I know I might get some. This might be controversial for me to say this, but fuck it, I'm gonna say it. What Mr. Fantastic said earlier about how a lot of dudes want like a 9 or a 10 girl. The same thing we say for the girls who overvalue themselves. As a man, you have to understand, maybe not financially wise, but as far as getting girls, it's a ceiling that if you don't improve, it's a ceiling that you're gonna reach. You have to accept that fact. And at the same time, like, cause this is another thing I try to tell like my homeboys and stuff. You can't try to get a girl that's a 10 and then at the same time expect her to be a wife. Bad bitches not used to having to do stuff for other people. Like I told them, like with my girl, I'm always take it back to this. When we was in high school, she wasn't one of them girls who went out to parties and did all that shit. She was in a damn book club, for God's sake. Like I was telling them, like, bro, the reason I don't have the issues y'all have, and like I said, I did my little bullshit here and there too. I told him, I'm like, bro, the reason I don't have them issues because if I put on a scale of 1 to 10, she about an 8. But goddamn me, she don't do stuff that I don't like in the first place. Like I told the homeboy, I'm like, you can't be a man and say she got to cook, clean, do this for me, if she wasn't raised like that. Like my girl granddaddy had told her, like, when you get what to do, you got to treat him good, you got to do this, you got to do that. It shouldn't have to be told to you. Like a lot of dudes go after girls who not even trained to treat them right. Like I heard dudes say, "Oh, I'm with this girl. She talk disrespect to me like that." Why you with a girl that talk bad to you or that don't do what you need her to do? Like if you as a man, if you live with your girl like I do, you think you gonna have to ever cook? The bitch should know, oh, what you want to eat for dinner? What you want me to cook? But when you get out the bed, fold the bed up. Like, bro, you have to stop settling for the bare minimum, but at the same time, you have to understand
to the
that you have
questions
to
that
be
was
on
on
your
the
level at
table.
the
I
same
don't know
time.
I don't know how what you're saying really relates to the
Oh no,
line
I
of
was saying what West Coast was. You got to find like that middle ground.
Well, Bernard, here's what I want to say. This relates to a video I did, I think, early last year, where I basically said that from the time you meet a woman, she's generally going to put you in one of four categories, which is going to be the casual sex lover / fuck buddy category, the long-term boyfriend / future husband category, the pay for play category, which would include tricks and sugar daddies, and a purely platonic friend. And the problem comes in now when a woman assigns you the role that you want to be in, then there's no problems. The problem usually comes in when you think you're in one role when in actuality a woman has you in another role. And to Obsidian's point, yeah, I've had these discussions related to what he was asserting. Like, for example, I've said a number of times when it comes to specifically casual sex, I don't believe in like taking women out on dates for casual sex. I know some guys do, and if that works for them, more power to them. But in 35 years, I've never done that. When it comes strictly to casual sex, I just let women know I want to fuck them, and they either say yeah or nay. I don't go out on no dates. But I've had some guys say, "Well, Alan, what's wrong with me taking a woman, say, on 3, 4, 5 dates? You know, if I don't mind spending the money." And I always say, I don't have a problem with you spending money if you don't have a problem spending money. The only time it becomes an issue with me in my role as a dating coach is that I know a lot of guys who will say, "Man, I took this woman out on 3 dinner dates and she didn't give me no ass. I took this woman out to the movies and a concert and she didn't give me no ass." See, that's where it's a problem is when you're spending money on a woman with the specific objective of thinking that your financial generosity is going to lead to you getting sex and it don't happen.
Yep.
And you pissed.
There you go.
If you take a woman out on 3 dates and say she don't give you no pussy, and you're like, okay, I'm cool with that. I enjoyed myself on all 3 dates, even though I didn't get no pussy. Then if you ain't got no problem, I ain't got no problem. One more thing before I shut up. That's big what Obsidian was talking about on the female end. That's even bigger. See, that's one reason why you have what's known as the whore versus slut chasm, is because whores, they believe in giving a pussy in exchange for money and material gifts. And women in that category, they hate seeing women give up the pussy for free because they like, you diminishing the value of our pussy now. Don't do that. So they'll come down hard on women who they see as sluts, i.e. women who give up the pussy for free, because they like, shit, you should have got a dinner out of that shit. You should have got him to buy you a bracelet or something. What are you doing? And other women are like, I ain't like that. I ain't trying to get no money out this motherfucker. I'm fucking him because I think he's attractive and sexy and I want to give him the pussy. So there you go.
And that's another thing too.
And also, hold on real quick. Also, Jess and Mike Ship implied there that we'd get less than 100 views if we talked about the global pandemic. No, we've done shows on the global pandemic and we had close to 300. We had over 400. We had over 300. We had over 400 talking about whether or not black men should vote for Trump. So we can talk about other stuff on this channel and still get great views. But there are plenty of places where they are talking about the global pandemic and whether or not people should vote for Trump. And it gets millions of views. It's called The News, and a lot of black people watch it. So there's no reason to come over here talking about that. That's what we ought to be talking about. Come on. All right.
Yeah.
But
Go ahead. Anybody who else wanted to say something?
No, I was just gonna say what Mr. Curry was saying. And that's where the issue come from, because you got some dudes who say, "Oh, if she don't give it to me on the third date, I'm done with her." But then you'll have that same dude say, "Damn, I gotta find a wife." Like it don't work like that, bro.
I don't know if that's the
Like,
same dude.
Yeah, brother, that's definitely.
I don't know if that's the same dude.
That's
I
not
think
the
we can
same
play.
guy. The dude. Well, let me just say this real quick. Or you want to read the super chat first?
Oh shit! I guess I might as well, since it's up there. David Johnson says, polygamy being illegal here in the States only proves why it's the answer. Because think about it. If consolidation gives us power, and that's counterproductive to the state's best interest. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Go ahead. Fantastic. You got it.
Yeah, so again, man, and first off, David Johnson, nobody wants more than one wife, niggas. Please stop it. Polygamy means more than one wife, not just more than one woman. That means more than one wife. Nigga, trust me, you don't want more than one motherfucking wife. But anyway,
You just want more than one sex partner. Just rock with that. Rock with that.
But, listen, man, I think what everybody's forgetting, again, and that's why I say, man, people leave context of time out of this, okay? Shit, this ain't the early 2000s. This ain't the 90s. It ain't the 70s or the 80s. This is 2020. Everything is in your face. Again, this is why the most important part of understanding is dudes are aware of the sexual marketplace value and the pussy coupons, or him getting it for free versus him paying for it, because it's in your face. So now that it's blatantly obvious to men that didn't know this before, that maybe didn't know. Back in the 90s before the internet and shit, or in the 80s, it's even more so. And the further you go back in time, Johnny didn't know that he was taking Linda out to dinner, and after the third dinner, she finally let him at least motherfucking finger banger. But motherfucking, Tyrone was just fucking her motherfucking lights out every day, before he picked her up from the date. He didn't know about that. He never knew, because it didn't have any media or anything out there for him to know of it. Okay. He was ignorant. This is why they say ignorance is bliss.
You got to shout out ARC when you make that point. He gonna come for you. ARC wrote about that.
Well, I didn't know. I don't know. I never read your book, bro. I never read your book. I'm not trying to steal shit, nigga. Hey, I know how you get. Don't blow my brain out. But
you was gonna see his shadow on your wall at night.
Hey, better come prepared. But anyway, listen what I'm saying. Now I know he didn't cover this shit because the nigga didn't have a time machine. We talking about now, as from now. Now this is in a totally different era as to what everybody is aware of it. Once everybody comes aware of it, now everybody wants what? Hey, I deserve that too. I do this, I do that. This motherfucker's not doing anything. You basically got the motherfucking UBI of motherfucking mentality when it comes to pussy getting. Okay, I guess, or some shit like that. Every dude feels like, and naturally every dude feels like it, but you're more emboldened to come out and speak on it when you see that's what's going on. You can be, you know what I'm saying? You can have the inkling at work, like, hey man, this motherfucker over here, he get to come in late and don't nobody say that, he don't get fired and this and all this other shit. But once you motherfucking see for sure and you see him motherfucking, he must have, something going on with the boss or something. This motherfucking fraternization, he got advantage. Once you see this motherfucker, drinking coffee out of the club, motherfucking, cutting it up with the boss, then for sure, oh, this piece of shit. Yeah, this motherfucker the whole time. This is why this motherfucker ain't got it. He do half the work. He show up late. He leave early. All this shit because he's allowed to do this by the fucking thing. And once you fucking see that now and you have proof of it, of course you're gonna feel some type of way about it. And I think we got to get out of the thing of trying to shame men into feeling some type of way about some shit that's unfair. Because naturally, again, you look at this shit from just the mind aspect of it. If you know for sure that you are losing or you're being treated unfairly in something, you're naturally going to feel some type of way about it. Not saying you don't necessarily be able to do anything about it, or even you should complain about it. But the knowing that it's there is going to have some type of effect on you, and put you in some level of entitlement as to where you should fit in those things. Now, what you do after the fact to, I guess, maximize your chances at getting what you actually want, that's a whole nother story. And that's endless. But at the same time, I think we got to be understanding of what today's times have the effect of that men having that attitude. Everybody wants to get pussy for free because they see the baddest bitches in the motherfucking world. I mean, shit, y'all need to know Pornhub exists, goddammit.
Here's what I would say to that. Well, first, I gotta give a lighthearted side note, but I'm glad when BGS is on here, you corrected him about when he said, I knew a guy who was Mo 1 before Allen. No, when I said that in one of my recent videos, wasn't nobody Mo 1 before me. There's people who use direct verbal game before me, but they weren't specifically Mo 1. And I'm glad that you clarified that, Bernard. But to what Fantastic just said, see, here's the problem I have with a lot of the younger brothers. And I'm generalizing a bit.
Easy.
But but a lot of them will say, well, he essentially said, because of the internet age, which I agree with, the internet, among other things, makes information be exchanged at a much quicker pace. And he was generally saying that he feels like his generation, or the younger generation, is more enlightened than, say, maybe guys arguably in my generation. I don't know if I would 100% agree with that, but let's say for argument's sake they are. Then my question becomes, why are all these guys still trying to play all these bullshit 1970s head games with women? That's the part I don't get. Because if I was in my 20s, it's like I feel, in simple terms, I feel like there's even more reason for guys in today's generation to be Mo 1 than it was in the 1980s. Because in the 1980s, you could get away with a lot of that indirect bullshit head games with a lot of women. But it's just like, I ain't gonna say the coach's name, but everybody know who I'm before. There's a popular dating coach out of New York that got called out on a black women's blog site by about 5 women. And their general consensus criticism was, they had different comments, but what it came down to, they was like, does this nigga think we stupid? Like, what kind of game is he trying to run on us that he think we don't already know? Like, he basically, they was saying that he was trying to do that game where he took them out on a couple of dates and tried to act like he wasn't trying to get the pussy when the women knew that was his number one objective. And that's my thing with a lot of guys, even some older guys, but definitely with younger guys. I'm like, why are y'all playing that game where y'all trying to get laid by pretending that you not trying to get laid? That's stupid, given what Fantastic said. I mean, these women, they know the game because of the internet. If they don't know it because of their mothers or big sisters or close friends, if nothing else, they know it because of the internet. They know niggas trying to run indirect game on them and sneak their way into the, and that's why I'm like, these bitches know if they want to fuck you or not. When it comes to casual sex, 99% of women in society, they know by the end of their first conversation with you if they gonna give you the pussy or if they not gonna give you the pussy. So my attitude is, why you trying to bullshit them? Just go up to them and say, hey, I'm attracted to you, we fucking or not. You don't have to use those exact words. You could change it, make it more PG, less profane, whatever. But essentially be like, yo, I'm attracted to you. Are you attracted to me? We fucking? What's up? And they basically, when it comes down to it, they either gonna say, yes, I'm interested in giving you some pussy, or no, I'm not.
Or call it along your ass and report you for fucking sexual harassment. Yeah, the most.
Well, in 35 years, I ain't never went to jail. I ain't never got slapped. Because the guys always say that when it comes to my Mo 1 story. They'll say, and if you Mo 1, you'll go to jail. Or if you get slapped, then I ain't got slapped once in 35 years of being Mo 1. Ain't going to jail.
Bitches are different now.
But you got some dudes, Mr. Curry, they got to vet women out.
Women are different. My fiance is 29 years old.
That's great, man. Again, feminism is here. Bitches are different now. We get it, man. You keep personalizing this shit.
There's somebody who got targeted by the Me Too from being Mo 1. Go.
How would we know? How would we know? Well, hold on.
Let me see. It's you think about 50 of them.
Hold on.
Aziz Ansari. There you go.
Bill Cosby.
He was Mo 2.
Aziz Ansari. He brought a bitch to his apartment. She knew what was up.
Don Lemon.
Hold on. Zero gave you an example.
Aziz Ansari is a celebrity. He doesn't have to employ Mo 2. That nigga took her back to his apartment to get some head. He actually pushed her head towards his dick.
Who was Mo 1 that went to jail and suffered some legal consequences?
I told you, if you talk against interrupt filibuster.
You ain't naming nobody.
I did.
Wait, Alan. Zero literally just gave you an example.
I did.
Stupid argument.
All right. Hold on. ARC, explain. Hold on.
He
ARC,
said I didn't.
ARC.
He said I didn't name anybody when I did.
ARC.
He was too busy with the fucking interrupt filibuster cycle.
Hold on. Order. Oh, let's get some order. ARC, explain exactly why Aziz Ansari was not mode 1. Explain how was he mode 2 and not mode 1.
You know that woman straight up that he wanted to fuck. That's what the reason why the woman wrote the article where she slammed him, because she said he invited her out to dinner, act like he wanted to have a friendly dinner date, like just as friends. Then he invited her back to his apartment. Then all of a sudden he unleashed this kinky side, and she was like, "What the fuck?"
That was supposed to lead the bitch.
He's taking her word for it. He's
again the bitch in the age of feminism.
He's a celebrity. He was on the top of his game at the time. How the fuck? So he's mode 1 on the date. I mean mode 2 on the date. Brings her back to his apartment and then pushes his head towards his dick. On some mode 1 shit.
He was mode 1. You don't understand mode 1. It's that simple.
Okay, that's cool.
Believe all bitches. That's what you're saying.
Again, here that's the game. That's the game, nigga tactic. Oh, you don't know the game. You don't understand what I'm doing.
You don't understand.
Come on, man. Y'all gotta stop this shit. Just stop this shit, man. I understand exactly what the fuck you're talking about. Stop. Man, if we have a conversation, just had a conversation. Y'all instantly go to that fucking dismissal of another motherfucker's intelligence just because you're trying to get your fucking shit off. No, that shit is not gonna work. Fuck that.
All right. I muted both of you. Jock Keys Retro says, Bernard, can you do a show on good-looking women versus women with good pussy? Does she feel good just because she look good? That's actually that's interesting. That's interesting. I got my thoughts and my ideas on that one, but I don't know if I do a show on that. I might touch on it though.
No, but can you allow me to say this for a second? And
you just said everything.
All right.
One of the reasons that sets me off.
Everybody else can talk.
No, Zero, let me talk. I'm talking.
You already been talking.
I'm talking to Bernard.
You've been talking forever.
All right. Let's let ARC get the final point and get it in calm, cool, and collected. ARC. Let's
go back to the women's channel where you talk a lot.
Oh, come on, zero. Be cool.
Fuck that nigga, man.
I know, but be cool. I know you.
Always gets heated and shit. Because you got motherfuckers trying to speak on Mo 1 and they don't know what the fuck they talking about.
You deflected, nigga.
They don't know what the fuck they talking about. If you think Aziz Ansari was Mo 1, then you don't understand Mo 1. He was not fucking. Mo 1 is when from the time you first start speaking to a woman, you let her know that you want to share her company for the purpose of having sex with her. That's Mo 1. He didn't do that. He did not, from the word go, let that woman know he wanted to fuck her. He did not do that. He was mode 2. He used vague and ambiguous shit. He waited until the woman came back to his apartment before he started being sexual. If I was in his situation, from the time I talked to that woman, first 5 minutes of my first conversation with her, I would have said, look, I'm attracted to you when we fuck it.
Okay,
that's Mo 1, motherfucker. That's Mo 1.
But hold on.
That would get the average dude arrested, bro.
He's going from the side of the bitch's perspective right away. He doesn't know what the fuck happened. He's just taking the bitch side of perspective and then going from there.
Furthermore, hold on. Wait. Furthermore, again, even if you're taking the bitch's side of the story, right? What's the purpose of her going to his hotel room in the middle of the night after a fucking dinner? If y'all gonna play tiddlywinks, y'all gonna play straight stories. Come the fuck on! You just said I'm not even gonna get into it, brother.
Nah, man, they went to play Uno.
Contradicting yourself.
Again, all you gotta do is listen. He's going from the position of the bitch right away. He doesn't know how it happened either way. He's just going straight from the bitch's side.
Fuck the bitch's position. I'm talking about.
You are taking the bitch's position right away.
Reference the article the bitch wrote.
Right. Your reference point is her article.
That's the end of story.
It's not the argument about. It's not about Mo 1. It's about, listen, the dude Aziz took a chick on a date. You going back to the hotel. You seeing all these comfortabilities as far as the way the place is set up. It like you know what it is. Like
and African West Coast. The bitch went out with him regardless a part of it, whether it's 1% to fucking 51% to 99%, because he was Aziz Ansari at the time. The motherfucker was a high fucking profile, high earning.
He was on the top of his game at the time.
Yes, Mo 1. That's all I gotta say. He went Mo 1.
Fine. That nigga wasn't mode 1. We ain't gonna give it to him.
But the argument isn't about mode 1. We were talking about being direct with. It was about letting females know what your intentions is from the jump, right?
Somebody said if you mow 1, you're gonna end up going to jail. I said name one celebrity or one prominent figure that was mow 1 that suffered some legal consequences, and then Zero said Aziz Ansari. Number 1, Aziz Ansari didn't suffer any legal consequences.
Okay, let's just say none of them are mode 1 because they don't know what the fuck it is. How about that?
That's right. Nobody knows. That's why they need to let me speak on mode 1.
God damn.
Nobody else who ain't read my book shouldn't be speaking on mode 1.
Bro, we understand what mode 1 is. We understand. That's not the point.
Now we gotta parse this though. No. Let me have it.
Act like he don't know what zeitgeist is.
Fantastic. Go ahead. ARC.
You know when two people have the same idea, but they have different words for it. This nigga act like he don't know what zeitgeist is.
And Zero.
Right.
Fantastic. Go ahead.
Thank you for the alley-oop, because you know what, nigga? Somebody was doing motherfucking mode 1 before you motherfucking coined it as mode 1, nigga. If you think you're the worst nigga in the world, in the history of fucking mankind, walk up to a bitch and say, hey, suck this
was doing the Big Mac.
You are a fucking regular person.
All right.
You're not no king.
Nobody was doing the Big Mac.
You're not no president. You're not, you're a regular nigga.
All right. Let's get some order. All right. I think I muted everybody.
Mute me, bro. This nigga supposed to be shutting the fuck up.
No, I muted everybody. I tried to mute everybody. Fantastic. You made look, I understand everybody's point, and ain't nowhere else to go from it. ain't nowhere else to go from that. Ain't nowhere else to go.
He claiming language though.
Yeah.
That's the problem. He like, you can't speak on this because I didn't write it. That's bullshit.
You know
like I said, do you know what zeitgeist is?
All right.
If you saying Aziz Ansari was mode 1, you don't know.
Okay, Bernard, do you see the spin move, bro? Every time you say something, he sparked up to just fuck it all up. He's like, nobody can get their fucking points off. Just him.
Man, get out of here.
All right.
That's the problem.
All right.
Hey, Bernard, I just want to say this. I just want to say this. Like, okay, your specific title of mode 1, all right, nobody's fucking with it, but the idea that the concept of it is not new. There's people and there's theories.
Okay, all right, hold on. This was explained earlier in the show. Direct game being upfront and direct, that's been going on probably before ARC was born. His brand of it, of mode 1, is something that started from him. Zero is making an argument that whether you call it mode 1 or fucking orange unicorn game, it was already in existence before ARC. He just calling it something different.
Yep.
That's pretty much what's happening here.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing to really
yell or go back and forth about. To discount everyone else's motherfucking arguments by saying, well, you ain't read it, you don't know what it is. Nigga, everybody know what it is.
No, they don't. Because you don't know what it is. You think Aziz Ansari was mode 1. That's evidence enough. You don't know what the fuck it is.
Oh my fucking God.
You don't know
all right. Let's
look, bro. Y'all grown. Calm
down. No, Joe, hold on. Fall back for a second. All right, truism. You was trying to get in here earlier. I don't know if you got something to say. I did want to circle back to Obsidian, see if you could refocus the conversation, put it somewhere else. But not zero. Truism. We're gonna see where you about to go with this. Go ahead. You got the mic. You got the floor.
Yeah, I was just going to just say something, just real quick, just make a not so stupid question. Why is it we never have these kind of questions actually dealing with actual human women? And I'll just jump off. Thanks.
Actually dealing with actual
that's easy.
Well, I'm about the actually human women shit. What would be not non-actual human women?
Clarify, brother.
Brian, kudos to that super chat. Can I read that, Bernard?
Yes. Go ahead, please. You got it.
Super chat from Brian McLaughlin. Mode 1 does work. You can tell a woman in the very first conversation that all you want is casual sex. Too many men think you have to be profane and vulgar with your approach. You don't. And that's facts. It's about your own style. Great show, Bernie.
All right.
He understands mode 1.
Now let's
man.
All right.
Common sense.
Obsidian, when you came on, Obsidian, when you came on, you had a line of questioning that you were getting at. Do you feel like that we no, we got sidetracked or off track from that. Do you feel like we kind of got down to the bottom of what you were getting at? Do you feel like you got the answers you was asking? Because he was asking a good series of questions. Zero even agreed with some of the points that you were making, which is rare. So that you were on to something. So do you feel like we really got where you was trying to go with that? Obsidian?
I hear typing.
I hear typing. I don't know if that's Obsidian type. All right, we was about to get off of here pretty soon. You know what? Unless Obsidian was about to go on that. I don't know if anybody got some last.
I'll get a real quick one, real quick.
All
So,
right, yeah.
what will make game go away? And this is the thing: if you want a boon for male empowerment, you want to get your power back without having to negotiate for catfish and manatees and overvalued fat bitches on social media. All you got to do is get behind the feminists and decriminalize prostitution. That's all you got to do. Because on the surface, I know niggas like to look at the surface and see a smorgasbord of pussy for everybody. You know, just free for all. But let's just look at examples of how it's employed in the rest of the industrialized world. People that travel understand that in other countries, married dimes is common. It's common. And they're not married to fucking genetic wonder kinds either. They're married to regular, normal, average dudes who provide the basics of male value to access the female's value. That's it. They value societal survival. So the actual tangible long-term effect of decriminalization of prostitution is that you make women replaceable and get your fucking leverage back and give the incentive. So you check the hypergamy by default, because when bitches are replaceable, there's no hypergamy. They can't do any better. When you do that, you get much less thirsty ass dudes. You get your families back. You get all of that. You get your communities and all that shit. The issue is that anything that gives men their power back overall removes game. Because another thing in other countries that they have, or should I say don't have, is game, especially in the form that it takes in the United States. And that's pretty much the long and short of it. So the hope dealers are going to keep hoping and keep saying that shit. That's it.
Well, my final comment, Bernard, is that people shouldn't speak on stuff that they don't know about. I'm tired of people making it stupid. I just saw somebody in the comment section said, Mo 1 will get you in jail. Then prove it, motherfuckers. That's what I want to say.
But why would he want to prove it?
Show me a story where somebody just told a woman that he wanted to have sex with her, and the police came out of nowhere, put him in handcuffs, and threw him in jail. I've been Mo 1 for 35 fucking years, and they never ever came close. And I've been saying some of the most X-rated, sexually explicit shit of any motherfucker ever walked this earth, and I ain't never had a woman charge me with a crime. So this is some stupid shit. And I got a low tolerance for just stupid, uneducated, unintelligent shit. That's why I get heated and emotional, because there's a lot of stupid motherfuckers in this space saying stupid shit. You could go to jail being Mo 1. You can go to jail taking a piss in your mouth, motherfucker.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Again,
Oh, that is funny, bro.
Depends on how you use it. It depends on how you use it.
I didn't interrupt you.
Hey, young fella.
Nobody want to have the closing remarks.
Young fellas.
Hey, oh yeah, that is fair. Those were his closing remarks. Go ahead and finish up.
I don't have the balls to tell women straightforwardly that all I want from them is some pussy. That's what guys need to get on these panels and say. I went to the
gas station and this bitch was pumping her gas. And I walked up to that bitch and I got my dick and I said, "You want to pump this with your mouth?" And you know what she did? She got on her knees and she stuck my dick.
You're gonna try to make fun of us here because you're ignorant motherfucker. Ignorant nigga. That's me. Bitch. You ignorant motherfucker.
Hey, all right, y'all, we about to get up out of here. Peace. Thanks, fellas. Thank you for that super chat, Remy. I don't even know if that's an insult. Lion-O and Snarf. I don't even know who they are. I think that's an insult. But all right, cool. Thanks everybody who like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, the Cash App. Appreciate all your brothers, everybody who joined the panel. Yeah, I made it a live show as usual, and man,
the name is appropriate. 0.
But grown men got to stop getting their feelings too when we get on these panels, bro. Everybody needs to keep it respectful.
Back chat.
That ain't gonna never happen, Joe.